Everybody, can you hear us? I'm facing some.
I can hear you, Darwin.
Oh, perfect. I was facing some audio issues on my hand, so I can hear you loud and clear. Hey, Vincent, good day. Uh, Good day, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are. Welcome to day two of our public policy discussions, and welcome to AFRINIC-34. Before I even jump to the agenda related to day two, I will allow Vincent to say a couple of words and then we can move on with the agenda and some guidelines for today's sessions.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for turning up in large numbers for today's session. The first one for today will be led by my co-chair, and I will take it up after that, and I look forward to fruitful engagement. Thank you.
Perfect. Then let's start. So just let me know when the audio is fine or not. I will try to speak loud and clear, but there can always be a lag in between. Let's go into the agenda of today's session. Today we're going to tackle three policy proposals like we did yesterday. Today we will have the update of the PDP, the policy compliance dashboard. Then in between we're going to have a tea break. And right after we're going to have the last proposal, which is related to the AFRINIC number resources transfer policy. And then right after we will have an open mic. After the open mic, we will have a tea break. And again, we will jump into a second session of an open mic where everybody can express themselves. And we will have at the end the closing remarks of day two. Next slide, please. So let me walk you through the guidelines for participation. Next slide, please. So it's very important that we always go through the code of conduct. And as a participant in AFRINIC public policy meetings, you are expected to behave professionally and respectful at all times, act in the best interests of AFRINIC community at all times, respect the agenda. Please keep your remarks on topic for the relevant part of the meeting. Harassment, intimidations, or offensive behavior will not be tolerated. Next slide, please. How to participate in the PPM. Question time will be open to allow questions from participants. Please use the Q&A window or the Meet Echo conference platform in case you have any questions for the presenters. For those following the PPM on Facebook and YouTube, your questions will be monitored and copied to the Q&A window of the Meet Echo conference platform. You might also subscribe to rpd@afrinic.net and make your contributions to the policy discussions. Consult the RPD archives to acquaint with the discussions on the policy proposals. Next slide, please. When given the floor, please, it's important for everyone to introduce themselves, state your name and your affiliation clear. Respect the timekeeping, keep your remarks reasonable short. Respect language differences, translators, and remote participants. Please speak slowly and clear. If you are opposing or supporting any policy, you must give an objective reason, bearing in mind the AFRINIC Code of Conduct. If microphones are closed, before you have had the chance to speak, post your message on the RPD mailing list, which will be monitored through. And on the last point, please do so because it can happen that we will not be able to answer or to allow everybody to speak up into a course or during the planned time. Next slide, please. Today we're gonna tackle, as I said, three policy proposals. The first one it's related to the update of the PDP. The second one is the policy compliance dashboard, and the last one is the AFRINIC number resources transfer policy. Next slide, please. So the flow of discussions, it's important for everybody to have that in mind, whereby we normally give the authors 8 minutes to express themselves and to present their policies. We give 2 minutes to the Secretariat to go through the impact assessment. The co-chairs have 5 minutes to touch on the contentious areas. Right after, we have 20 minutes allocated for open mic discussions and Q&A. Right after, we have 10 minutes where we allow the authors to respond to the questions which have been raised. And last but not least, we as co-chairs do further deliberations within 5 minutes, whether a policy has or not reached consensus. Next slide, please. So we will start today, and I would like actually ask the author of this policy, the update of the PDP, Jordi Pellet, please turn your cam and your mic on. You got 8 minutes to present your policy. Just checking whether Jordi is with us. Jordi, are you with us?
Yes.
Yes, perfect.
Looking for the slides, I think is this one. Let me check. Yes. Share. Should be visible now.
I will ask my colleagues to put up the timer, and Jordi, the floor is yours.
Okay. So update of the PDP. This proposal was sent originally in 2018 for different reasons, like the time for expiration and so on. It's a different number. It got actually 3 different numbers already. Just to clarify a question that was about that in the mailing list. This proposal is taking advantage of my experience in the all other 4 RIRs where I am participating, as well as in the IETF. So it's a process that I am very used to in other regions as well. And yes, there are cultural, local differences or regional differences, but at the end, the PDP is the PDP and it's the same everywhere. In addition to that, there was a recent, let's say, a study from the chairs in the list about the different problems that the PDP has. And coincidentally, most of the points that they raised were already, let's say, targeted by my proposal. So those are the points that the chairs raised. Consensus definition is not clear. Who constitutes the working group? The PDP needs to work explicitly on which doubts of compliance in situations such as the COVID, what I call it in the previous version, the new normal, because it's not clear that we can do online meetings according to the actual PDP. It depends on the interpretation somehow. It is the discussion for the consensus only for the meeting, or should be explicitly allowed to contemplate the people that participate in the list, because the actual PDP don't say that. And even if the chairs always clearly said that they are considering the reading in the list, that's according to the actual PDP, let's say, illegal. So we are doing something against the actual PDP right now. When we read the mailing list objections. Shall the impact analysis be mandatory, and what is the time for that? The last call is not well defined. Should the proposals expire if not updated, and how often? Is the actual PDP timing good, or can we improve it? Can other online sessions be organized in addition to the formal public meetings? Shall the functions of the board on the PDP matters be better described? Should the moderation of discussions process be explicit? So all those are the points that the chairs raised. And this is how I am addressing those problems. Basically, I am looking for most of these points based on experience both in other regions, but also experience in AFRINIC. I have been contributing in AFRINIC since I think the second meeting or the first meeting that was in I don't remember now, in Maputo, I believe. In some registries, there is a mention in guidelines, not in the PDP, about a moderation of the discussion process. Okay, things like if a topic is out of timing, etc., etc. The reality is that this is not actually being used in any registry. I have never seen that being used. And that's the reason this is the only point K in the previous list, that I am not considering, because I think it's wrong, it's impractical. It could be discriminatory. If somebody cannot participate this week in the discussion and the next week he's able to participate, but the chairs declared that something is we are discriminating him, because this is a voluntary effort for everyone, and everyone has his own obligations, personal or business. So you cannot say you cannot anymore participate in this part of the discussion because it was discussed last week. This is not the way, and it will be discriminatory. What I am not trying to solve, well, the PDP has, in my opinion, and I think that basically the chairs agree on this also in their observations about this, 3 different parts. Okay, I see 4 instead of 3, but the chairs have collected three parts. One of them is the previous slides that I just presented. The second one is the chair's eligibility, and the third one is the conflict resolution. I am looking at another one which I believe we may need to discuss, which is what typically is called in the mailing list an acceptable usage policy, which is different than a code of conduct, because the code of conduct we have seen has been developed by the board or the organization, but the community is a different thing, and the code of conduct not necessarily can be restrict the rights of the community. So we need, at least in the mailing list, in the meeting is a different thing, because the meeting is a meeting organized by the organization, but in the mailing list, we need to have the right to decide if we want to accept the code of conduct or we want something else. So these 3 different things than what I presented in the previous slide, I am not contemplating them in this proposal, because I believe that it's possible to isolate the 4 parts in independent proposals. And it was clear to me, even if I have drafts for all these proposals, it was clear to me that we don't have sufficient time in this meeting to approach all them. And I think it's much easier and better to try to reach consensus one by one instead of all together. Now, I am not going to read all the slides. I expect, typically in the ITF, we ask the people who has read the draft. And this is what everybody participating in the meeting should have been done, because wasting the time in reading all the slides, it's no way. I am just going quickly to present the changes. So first, I am including definition of consensus taken from the ITF, from RFC 7282. I am updating the section 3.3 note that this version has been published just a few days ago because I have taken in consideration practically all the inputs from the previous impact analysis. Okay, so there is some changes in the wording because according to the legal staff, we cannot talk about drafts because drafts are not something that the impact analysis can consider, or the board can consider, or the organization can consider. So that's the main change from the previous version. It's just a wording change, nothing else. I am changing the timing. You will see a graphic that explains the timing in a few minutes.
Sorry to interrupt you, but time. Please take care of the time.
I am not seeing the clock, so I don't know how much time is remaining.
Oh, I should have noticed you. I thought you were seeing the clock actually. So we actually run out of the time, but we can. I can ask my colleagues just to allocate you 1 or 2 more minutes, please. Okay. Just put out the timer out.
So let me go then to the graphic, so we can save a lot of time. Here is it. The idea is that today we have a fixed time for the proposals and it comes to the meeting. But this is not right. This is not right because depending on how much time before the meeting a proposal or a new version is presented, it don't provide sufficient time for the discussion. So what I am saying here is, let's have a fixed 8 weeks time at a minimum for the discussion of each proposal. And what is not right as well is having the chairs to take a decision in 5 minutes. It's impossible. This is not a correct way to take a decision. So I am allocating 2 weeks after the 8 weeks minimum time for the chairs to decide. This has been working since 2018 in LACNIC and it works wonderful. Okay, so it has been proven. It's working and it doesn't fail because it allows the chairs to clearly discuss among them all the objections and even if necessary, make questions to the community or the authors. Then we go for the last call, which should have a fixed time, not variable. It don't make sense that the last call can be extended by the chairs because that provides a lack of juridical support. And then again, the chairs have 1 week to decide.
30 seconds.
Well, I have put the references to the LACNIC PDP, which is basically the same. And I finish here. I will respond later to the impact analysis. Thank you.
I was wondering if you already could see the timer. Can you just confirm very quick, because everybody should be able to see the timer. Did you see when we set it up the second timer?
Yes,
perhaps.
Darwin,
Yeah?
yes.
Yes, it's on now.
All right, perfect. Perfect. All right, so I will give up the mic to my colleagues from the Secretariat to go through the impact assessment in here. So I kind of ask my colleagues to set up the timer for 2 minutes.
Yes, so good afternoon, good morning to all the participants. I'm Madhvi Gokul. I will be presenting the Secretariat's impact assessment for this proposal today. Right, please skip the slide. Next. So the staff interpretation is documented on the website already, so we'll skip it. Next one. Next. Okay, impact assessment. So we've noted that there's no limit to the number of proposals that can be put on an AFRINIC public policy meeting agenda. And as you would have noticed, and like we said yesterday, the impact assessments are comprehensively prepared and they require the contributions of many internal stakeholders. So the timing of these assessments to be prepared and published 1 week before the PPM, okay, needs to take into consideration the number of proposals on the agenda, okay, and also the fact that updated versions of the proposals are also submitted by the authors closer to the PPM. Next slide. So the legal assessment, again, comprehensive, just to state the facts as is. So there are 3 elements here, and so the first one, the chairs have a maximum of 2 weeks to determine whether rough consensus has been achieved. So there's a reference to the bylaw, section 11.3, where proposals are discussed and agreed during the PPM, and therefore the proposal, if allowing rough consensus to be declared outside the scope and ambit of the PPM, is not consistent with section 11.3 of the bylaws. Okay, next slide, please. So we do have on the last call, so the proposal mentions purpose of last call is to provide the community with a brief and final opportunity to comment on the DPP, especially those who didn't earlier. So these amendments are clearly inconsistent with section 11.3 of the bylaws for the reasons stated. Okay, and one element here is that last call must be restricted to changes to policy that are purely editorial and non-substantial in nature. I leave you to read the rest, and let's move to the next slide. Okay, so as regard to paragraph 3.5 of the proposal, so as styled, it is inconsistent with 3 clauses of the bylaws. Okay, and the question of the board of directors introducing its own adopted policy to the community by way of a proposal is questionable. Okay, and the clarification here, so in practice, and if section 11.4 is eventually triggered, the chairperson of the board of directors would be required to submit a brief to the community at the next PPM, substantiating the actions taken by the board so that the said action may be endorsed by the community. I think I've reached the end of the slides. Yeah, so implementation, well, if any issues on the policy are clarified, then the implementation can be done within 6 months of the last call as prescribed by the CPM. Thank you very much for your attention.
Madif, I will ask my colleagues to share. Oh, yeah, no, I will. First of all, like we did yesterday, Jordi, yes. I will give you like 1-2 minutes for you just to go through into the impact assessments if you have any comments.
Yes, I need to share my slides for that.
Can we do that very quick, please? And
yes,
please just set up the timer for 2 minutes, very quick.
Here is it. I have one additional comment that I don't have in the slides very quickly. First, I really want to thank the staff for working every day much better with the impact analysis. And I agree with Matt becoming that there is a limit on the proposals presented in the meeting. And yes, of course, we need to make sure that the impact analysis for those proposals is ready. And it has been ready just on time this week. So it proves that in 1 week, it can be updated if the authors submit a new version, taking considerations the impact analysis of the previous versions. Now, I don't necessarily agree with all the inputs, especially the legal ones, but I think I have addressed it with minor text changes to the previous version of the proposal. For example, 11.2.3 of the bylaws don't limit the time, neither the format of the PPM. So we can keep the PPM open as many weeks as needed. This is a formal procedure in any legal meeting, even for a board. You just keep the meeting open so you can take as much time as you need to finish the discussion on the proposal and to have the 2 weeks chairs to take the decision. Okay, so this is a legal consideration refuting what the legal staff is claiming. Defining the last call cannot be discriminatory, as I am not saying that
Jody. 30 seconds.
previous participants cannot participate. I am saying that new objections that have not been raised before can be raised now. That's it. The bylaws don't define what means endorsement. An endorsement for the PDP is only consensus. So you really need to go for the consensus process. And what the legal staff is saying basically is against worldwide recognized practices, not just in the RIRS, not just in ITF, but in many other organizations. That's it. Thank you.
I will ask my colleagues to put up my slides, and before even moving forward, I kindly request everyone who is putting questions on the chat, please put them on the Q&A. That will help us out when reading through your questions. So it's now time for us as coaches to go into the contentious areas of this proposal. I will start by going into one objection concern which was shared on the list, and this has also been addressed by the author, and it goes as following. First, in general, the newly proposed version I feel is a longer version of the current version. There is no major modification made here. They are both the same thing, just that one is more written out of making the other look like a short summary, but they both have the same meaning. Similarly, what's the essence of the additional 1 week at the end of the last call? In a retrospect, it means that the length of the last call is 3 weeks instead of 2 weeks, in which every of the periodicity comments and other modifications are made. There is no need for extra 1 week. So according to what we could grab it from the list, this point has been addressed by the author already. Next slide, please. There is another point which was raised on the list, which is 3.4.2 public policy meeting and consensus determination. The reduction of the announcement of the meeting agenda on the RPD list from 2 weeks to 1 week makes no sense, because it does not give the RPD enough time for discussion and less time to get a better grasp of the meeting's agenda. In the current version, it states that no change can be made to the draft policy within 1 week of the meeting, but good enough, there is 2 weeks. The proposed version states the same thing, but it only gives a 1 week provision. According to our notes, this point is still pending. Next slide, please. So the following objection concern which has been raised goes as following. There is no necessity for the 3.4.5 additional functions of the AFRINIC Board of Directors, because it would be an additional work to both the community and the board, plus giving the board the opportunity to define or make temporary policy change, which would last till next PPM, might create an issue from it was created to the next PPM. This point, according to us, is not yet addressed by the author, and there are legal assessments on point 3.4.5. Next slide, please. So my next slides are already covered in the impact assessment slides. So all the delegates can briefly look into that. It's available on the website as well. It has been made available by the Secretariat. But it would be good, for everyone to have a look into the summaries, especially everybody who contributes to the PWG, just in case you guys wish to hash out on all the elements which has been raised in here. So feel free to go to the next slides, please. I guess 2 ahead. 1 more. 1 more, please. One more. This has been tackled already. 1 more, and then we will come into the open mic discussions, and also the questions which has been raised on the Q&A. So before doing that, I see already quite a few folks on the mic queue. I see also there's some points already on the Q&A chat, but before doing anything, Vincent, would you like to add anything before we jump into the mic sessions?
David, I think you've covered it well. We can allow for the open mic discussions. Thank you.
Perfect. Then I will ask my colleagues. Yes, Jordi?
The slides are still not there, but I have taken notes, and the points that you raised, I already addressed it in the impact analysis slide of my presentation.
Perfect.
There is only one that I can address when we finish the open mic.
Exactly. I thought so by reading and by listening to your presentation as well.
Thank you,
Jordi. And I already asked my colleagues as well from the Secretariat to make it available, our presentation from today. So it should be up anytime soon. Apologize for that. So let me start by asking the first participant on the mic to present yourself, state your name, affiliation, and your question needs to go straight to the point. Also, my colleagues, kindly set the timer to 20 minutes from now, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Oluwabumi. I'm a researcher in the Nigerian University. I do not agree with the shortening of the expiration of the PPV. As in, what is the purpose of shortening the PPV? And what if a policy needs more time to be consolidated and cannot be done within 6 months? There is no need for a shortened period of expiration of a PPV. I think we should have a PPV to be consolidated within 1 year so that it may be improved to better serve the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Author, please take note on the questions. You're going to be asked to answer those when the time arrives. So I see Paul is on the queue. Paul, state your name, affiliation, and your question. Paul, are you with us?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Paul Huell, Crystal Web. I'm just wanting to follow up on the impact assessment from legal, and I'm a little confused as to whether the position being presented is that this proposal conflicts with the bylaws, or whether the objection that's coming in the impact assessment is based on the idea that it doesn't align with the bylaws. And the reason I say that is because I think Jordi is 100% correct that the bylaws merely require that it's in the meeting process that the determination be made. So the idea of adjourning the meeting for 2 weeks to afford the co-chairs an opportunity to apply their mind to something just makes perfect sense. I'm to be quite honest, I'm a little bit flummoxed as to what the issue there is, and I'm not sure if it's a case of the impact assessment is trying to say something that just doesn't make sense, or if it's a case that I'm missing something, and Jordi might be able to enlighten me a little bit. Thank you.
Yes, thanks for that, Paul. Thanks for that. There is a next participant. Alan, please state your name, affiliation, and your question. Hello? Can you hear us? Hello, hello. I see the queue has been changed, whereby Alan is now after Elvis. Can we give Elvis? Can you state your name, affiliation, and question?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. For me personally, I'm not in support of this policy because I think it gives like the CEO some kind of
We are hearing you with a lot of cuts, Elvis. Are you still there? I think we lost him. Then I will. Elvis, can you hear us? Can you use your headsets, please? There's a lot of noise around you. Okay, he dropped off. Can we give the microphone to Alain? Please state your name, affiliation, and question.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Alain Ayina, Digital Intelligence Services. I have a few points. Okay, so first of all, okay, I have to disclose as one of the authors of the PDPBs, which has been withdrawn some years ago. I'm also co-author of the working group guideline. So I think it may be good for people to know. Few points. So before I raise my point on the policy, Jody, you were saying that putting some rule for the moderation of a working group can lead to discriminations. But you know that every working group follows some rules to make progress. So there is no discriminations because we said that everything we are doing here are publicly archived. So anyone who comes before you join the discussion, you should have read the archives. So for no need for people to raise old things we discussed, unless there are some new information or new data. We cannot keep the thing open for people to be repeating. So there is no discriminations. The archives are there, and people should go through the archive, and they are always free to bring new topics. I also noticed something about the document, okay, saying that the chair should determine consensus. This is a wrong a way of saying things. We never give power to chair to determine consensus. It's what is it is to the chair has the mandate to make sure that this working group has reached consensus. So I think we should make sure when we write things, we follow the right things. Otherwise, it can be problematic. Okay. The other point I have is this impact analysis. Well, I like the idea, as we said, I agree we should fix the PDP, but this way of imposing staff analysis anytime we change a single word in the proposal is useless. And we are turning staff to one of the major players in the policy discussions. For example, why can't now that we are
Alan,
yes, let me conclude. Now that we extended the timeline for the policy to be discussed for 8 weeks instead of 4, why can't we say we have 4 weeks first to have a discussions? No need for staff assessment. Then if we decide after the 4 weeks that the policy has matured to go, we go for another 4 weeks of review. And then it is after this period that we request a staff analysis. Otherwise, it's meaningless. And I don't think in this community we have lawyers, we have legal, we should not be going to staff all the times. So I would say we should think about it and not be asking staff analysis at any time. The document must reach a certain level before we request staff analysis. We as a working group. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Alan, for that. I hope the author has took note on your comments. I would like to ask Professor Need to introduce himself and state affiliation and raise the question.
Thank you. Nikweno, Ghana.com member. I think the author may have failed to define a problem statement, because if you look at the problem statement, it only has questions, more than 8 or 9 questions. That's for research study. If you want to solve a problem, you have to state that I have this problem and I have this evidence and this is my approach to solve. So from my point of view, even we discussing this, we may be, putting the whole PDP in some question. I mean, somebody just brings questions and then we discuss. So if the author does not believe in problem statement, we should help him write a better problem statement. Okay, now that's my first observation. So it begins to look like we have a solution in search of a problem, and I don't want to go with that. Then let's go to section 3.3. Section 3.3 begins to talk of identifying people on the PDP. Even though you may think you are solving a problem, you may be creating another. Because for us, the PDP should be open. My grandmother should be able to show up and be able to discuss. Okay, and you by saying by people being identified and things, you are creating another trouble, which may end up affecting your commitments in ICP2, let's say section 3 on bottom-up self-governance processes. It does not give any room for anybody to be excluded because of identification of any of those things. The last bit I want to point out here is that you describe the process, but you're missing a very important part, which is proof of merit. In IETF, you have running code. What's the equivalent here? You just describe consensus. It depends on who is speaking. If the person has a certain track record of having worked on PDP for a long time, it's different from someone who has just shown up with no understanding and telling us that we don't have any local standard. Okay, so we have to really be careful how we describe these things. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Professor Ni. Points are taken. I will kindly ask my colleagues from Secretariat or my co-chair, Vincent, if there are any questions in the Q&A which I was not able to follow so far. The mic queue is empty, by the way, so.
I think most of the issues have been addressed.
Okay.
So unless we have somebody who wants to come to the mic. Otherwise, we can give Jody a chance to address.
Yes,
I don't see. Yeah, sorry, Jody. I was just trying to read through the Q&A, but I don't see any questions, but more comments on that. So I will kindly ask my colleagues to set up the timer again for 10 minutes, so we do allow you to answer to the raised questions. Go ahead.
Okay, looking at your slides that finally I have been able to access to them, the first objection has been already addressed. The second one, the 3.4.2 public policy meeting on consensus determination, you can send a preliminary agenda whenever you want to the list. And in fact, the chairs did that. What I am saying is that the final agenda should be fixed 1 week in advance. This is not creating the problem described in this objection, because you can, and in fact, the chairs did this time and did in previous occasions. They sent a preliminary agenda a lot of time ahead of the meeting. They started discussing with the authors and then they sent the final agenda. What I am saying is the same, but changing the timing so we are more efficient. That's it. The comment from Oluwamuni, sorry about my pronunciation of the names, expiration time is for each version. I think she misunderstood that. What I am saying is that if the authors are not being proactive with the inputs from the list, then the policy, that version, not the policy, that version will expire. Okay, so we force the authors to be proactive. I think this is good for the community, because if we give the authors 1 year while our meetings are every 6 months, it don't make sense. It means that from meeting to meeting, we can miss some of the policies and there is no progress, and this is not good. Okay, so it's about proactivity, which is good for the community, good for the authors, good for the staff, good for the chairs to determine consensus. Regarding Paul, I think he confirmed that I was right. I don't see his comment as an objection. And what I can say here, and if you read all the analysis impact from all the policy proposals this time, there is a clear conclusion. Bylaws are wrong, and bylaws are being misused as a throwing weapon against the community. This is terrible. This is a big problem. I could not understood what Elvis said regarding Alan comments. Rules to make progress don't work. Just I want to ask Alan, tell me which registry or which ITF working group is using them. None of those. Looking at their chives is not the point. The point is that if you are not able to participate in the discussion this week, and you have an objection to something that has been addressed this week, you still have the right to raise the objection next week. The working group or the chairs will consider it or not, but you have the right to say so. Now, so this is one way to prove that rules don't work and are discriminatory. I didn't understood the point from Alan about consensus, so I cannot respond to that. Regarding the impact analysis, I just can say that the facts prove that I am right. If you address as an author the inputs from the community and the inputs from the impact analysis, the next impact analysis will be simple and simple and simple because you are just deleting points from the impact analysis. And this week, well, between last week and this week, the staff addressed the updated version of all the impact analysis. So it works. It's facts. That's it. Finally, the comment from Dr. Ni, problem statement has been defined by the chairs in the list. So I don't think that problem exists in my proposal. Regarding the identification of people, I am not saying to identify everybody in the working group, participating in the working group. What I am saying is identifying in case there is the suspicious that somebody is using several personalities, like several emails and things like that. I think that's obvious, a way for the staff to ensure that there is not an abuse. And I think that has been discussed in the list, and everybody agreed that there must be a way to avoid that. It's not, let's say, the way that part of the policy text is written is not assuming that it will be always possible to be done, but I think today there are sufficient ways to check that. Then I don't understood the point from Dr. Ni about the ITF. I think my experience and the number of documents that I have submitted to the registries and the ITF prove that I am talking from real experience. I just would like to see someone that has contributed maybe just a 10% of what I did in all these forums. I have submitted more than 250 documents in different versions in ITF, and I believe that already more than 100 documents with different versions in the 5 registries. So I don't think I am talking from inexperience, on the other way around. That's it. Thank you.
Jordi, there is one question more on the Q&A. I'm just seeing that now. I guess Elvis was not able to speak it up, maybe due to connectivity issues. But what he actually says, I strongly oppose on this policy because of the provision that the CEO can step in the event that the PDWG chair is unable to do so. What if the CEO can spread up the PDP in order to implement policies that will work on his favor? As we know, policy must be studied, discussed, and should be known to the community. If the CEO decides to speed up the process due to some unforeseen circumstances, wouldn't it be seen as an abuse of authority from the CEO? This policy will just give more authority to the CEO, even in the PDP, because he has the chance to step in the process itself.
I am not sure Elvis is reading my proposal or something else, because I have no mention of the CEO in my proposal.
Exactly.
I believe he's reading the yesterday one, or maybe instead of CEO, he's referring to the board. If he's referring to the board, this is something that already is in the bylaws. And what I am trying to ensure is that, because the bylaws talk about endorsement, and we don't have such wording in our text, in our PDP, I am assuming that the only way, well, I am not assuming, is the only way we have in the PDP to reach consensus, if the board need to take an emergency policy, is to reach consensus on that. So what I am saying is, look, the bylaws say that, I agree with that, but we need to better define how we do that. That's it.
Okay. Perfect, Jordi. We have two more on the mic queue, which will allow them to ask the questions. Alain, state your name, affiliation, and question, please.
Yes, Alain Ayina, Digital Intelligence Services. Yes, Jordi said he did not understand my point on the consensus. I think it's a very important one. I want to repeat it, because I was expecting at least the co-chairs to have repeated to Jordi. I'm saying that we do not give right to co-chairs to determine consensus. The co-chairs, we give the mandate to co-chairs to determine that the working group reach consensus. So when we are writing the text, we should make sure that we stay in that spirit. Otherwise, it looks like the co-chair has a big power to determine consensus. The co-chairs are mandate to tell us if this working group reach consensus or not. That is very important. Then the other point I want to make is this idea of identifying people. Why do we want identified people here? People are only identified by what they express, what they express. That's all. And then if it has a certain value for us, we take. If not, we go. Why are we trying to say we should identify people? Why? Why should we say so? And then again, the problem statement issue. Please, Jordi, the co-chair, you are saying that the co-chair has defined the problem statement, and I have not seen a clear response from the co-chair. What the co-chair did was to ask questions. To go from question to problem statement, this is wrong. Thank you.
Should I respond
Thank
already?
you, Alain. Well, yeah, just go ahead.
Okay. I agree with Alain on the consensus. I now understand what he meant, and my proposal is not changing that. The board chairs are just determining if the working group has reached a consensus, not determining the consensus by themselves. I think that's clear. Regarding to identify people, I am going not to repeat too much. It's just in case of abuse. That's it.
Okay. Thanks, Jordi. I will ask my colleagues to set up the timer to 2 more minutes, since we do have time buffer today. And I will ask Professor Ni to raise the question, please.
.com member. I think the document I'm reading has 9 questions in there. And I think a problem statement should not have questions in there. It should have clear statement that this is not good, I have evidence it's not good, and this is the approach I'm going to use. So if this is your idea of a problem statement, then I'm very disappointed with the 250 documents you said you have submitted to IETF. I think I'm very sad about that, because then it raises questions as to the whole ecosystem, how it's functioning. You ought to know, in my opinion, that you can't bring a problem statement made up of questions. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is, we are supposed to work by consensus. Okay, so any impedance in the way of people being able to, freely contribute, such as you are suggesting by identification, I think is counterproductive, and we ought to move away from that. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ni. And then we will allow Paul. Paul, state your name, affiliation, and we have roughly 45 seconds. Go ahead.
I'm just wanting to sort of follow up. While I am concerned and have expressed these concerns in my email about the policy sort of being plastering over deeper issues, I'm not seeing anything that's sort of coming forward as a valid objection to this policy being adopted and us trying to address the bylaw issues, and more importantly, the interpretation of bylaw issues in a separate process. I can't understand the animosity that's being shown towards this proposal or its author that's sort of coming up. The concerns about the CEO or the board misusing any powers is quite separate to this proposal and what it seeks to achieve.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Before I allow Jordi to say anything, I will got a notification that Ashok wanted to add something.
Yes, indeed, sir. Do you hear me loud and clear?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Thank you for giving me the mic. You see, I wanted to respond to a statement made by Jordi, which I consider very high-handed, especially regarding the staff giving their assessment, legal or otherwise. The role of staff, whenever it is examining a text, is to highlight things which it considers, rightly or wrongly, needed to be flagged. So when legal appreciation is done, it is simply for that purpose. The purpose is not to restrict discussions within the working group. Our role is limited to our own interpretation of the bylaw, as I said, rightly or wrongly, because these are community approved documents, and we think it is our duty to flag it whenever we feel the need for it. It's not our role to restrict discussion or whatever goes on in the working group. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. And we'll take also the opportunity before I give the mic very quick to Jordi to actually agree on what you said, because we definitely need to start keeping the focus and discussing what the problem statements from policy proposals, and if the proposal is not good enough, what can the author do better, right? Because we need to start moving into the next stages. Jordi, please go ahead. And
responding quickly to Ashok, I understand what he's saying, and I congratulated the staff for the good job done in the list and in the meeting. So I am clear about that. The problem is that if you read some of the impact analysis, actually all of them, it is clearly going beyond suggestions from the legal part of the staff or from what the text or the authors are trying to do. In some cases, there is even the weapon, like saying that if the community accepts that, it will not be ratified. And that's in the case that we have already been in that situation, right? So I don't think the way is being worded is good enough. And I am talking only about the legal part of the impact assessment. The rest is wonderful, really. Now, responding to Paul, and this is related to what Ashok said, it's not just against me. It's not a weapon only about this author. It's happening in all the policy proposals. Even the policy proposals from NOAA, from Alan, they have the same problem. They have weapons from the legal part of the impact analysis. Responding again to Dr. Ni, I just don't agree. I think the problem statement, and if you read the complete text of the proposal, is clear. And again, the identification is in case of suspicious people that is using multiple emails or multiple personalities to participate and to hide or let's say, put the balance in an objection more weight than if it's a single person. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jordi, and thank you very much, community, especially the ones who took time to raise questions either on the Q&A or on the microphone itself. Before me and my colleague Vincent go a bit offline to decide the outcome of this proposal, I would like to encourage the PWG to discuss the merits of any policy proposal by keeping the discussion treat using the following guidelines. Do you agree with the problem statement and proposal as writing? Have you encountered any issues similar to the problem statement in the proposal? Do you have any objection to the proposal as writing? If yes, please state the sections and document your objections. And last but not least, are there any areas in the proposal that are ambiguous? If yes, please provide the changes you would like to propose. And with that being said, we all can, make a better engagement between ourselves. And I think we are getting there. So if Vincent would like to add anything else, please be my guest. If not, then we will take it offline at least 5 minutes to discuss the outcome of this policy proposal.
Yeah, I think we can take it offline and deliberate on the policy proposal and the discussion.
All right. Then we take 5 minutes offline and we will see you guys in a bit. Thank you.
For me, AFRINIC is a key player in Africa's digital transformation. We are proudly African, located in Africa, serving Africans. And we are committed to the digital development and transformation of the continent by enabling reliable internet access to its people.
AFRINIC is the custodian of internet resources for Africa's future. We work tirelessly towards the sustainability and stability of the internet in Africa, both now and in the future. An internet that is resilient and secure with no access barriers to all stakeholders. That includes you and your organization.
AFRINIC is a regional internet registry for Africa. Our mandate is to allocate and assign IP numbers to organizations that are building networks in Africa, who then will allocate these to your device, websites, and information systems based on the internet policies.
AFRINIC manages IP resources efficiently. The Internet Protocol is at the core of Internet communication, whereby unique identification numbers allow you to connect to others through a device. An accessible, sustainable, and secure network across Africa is achieved to ensure a fair allocation of these unique numbers.
AFRINIC exists to connect networks across Africa. We operate in a multi-stakeholder environment. Our network largely involves internet service providers, internet tech innovators, network engineers, regional operator groups, as well as young technocrats across Africa who comes in as AFRINIC fellows. We address social, technical, educational, and policy-making issues in stakeholder meetings and trainings. And it is in these meetings, stakeholders get to network and exchange best operational knowledge and experiences. We need all our stakeholders to be involved, as AFRINIC cannot achieve its mission on its own.
AFRINIC supports the development of a resilient internet infrastructure. Our mandate is to keep Africa connected through professional and efficient allocation of internet number resources. This is how we can sustain the continent's digital growth.
AFRINIC's mission is to serve the African internet community. As a community, we provide bottom-up approach during internet policy development and implementation. Providing continuous capacity building for our community is essential too. We empower our community by providing open platforms for discussion and education that we carry out at no cost. Every internet user in Africa is part of the internet community. Hence, you too have a role to play in the development of internet in Africa.
At the African Network Information Center, we work towards realizing a secure and accessible internet for sustainable digital growth in Africa.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes, perfect. All right, so we took the time to do further deliberations together with my colleague, my co-chair colleague Vincent. So related to this policy, co-chair decisions is no consensus, having considered the discussions in the RPD and the current public policy meeting. The co-chairs have determined that consensus has not been reached because a number of valid concerns, objections have not been addressed. The policy proposal will therefore go back to the list for further discussions and community inputs, and at the end, further refinement. Thank you, the authors and the community, for the engagement so far. I will ask my colleagues. Yes, thank you very much. That was right on time. And we will jump into, before break, we will jump into our second policy, which will be discussed in here, which is related to policy compliance dashboard. I will, as we always do, hand over the microphone to one of the authors of this policy. We will allocate 8 minutes for you guys to go through. I'm not quite sure whether Jordi, Frank, Mark, or Item will cover that. I guess it's Jordi. Okay. So Jordi, you got 8 minutes. I will ask my colleagues to set up the timer. Please bear in mind the time, and good luck. Thank you.
Okay. Again, I am not going to read all the text in the slides. Just to go through the main points. We have a registration service agreement, but the registration service agreement don't set exact timings about how the staff should proceed in case of lack of compliance. Okay. In addition to that, we know that when we do policy proposals and they get consensus and then they are ratified, not all the members are following all those changes. So that's the reason we are proposing that we have an as much as possible automated way for updating to each member in their personal MyAfrinic page, so it's not public to others. That was one of the points raised during the discussion. So they know if they are still complying when a new policy is implemented, because it may happen that there is a change that apply to all the members. Like, for example, if it becomes necessary to announce or to put in the GUI some additional data or whatever, and the members not following the policy discussion don't know it, and they will be lacking compliance. Okay, so we are making sure that they get warnings about that before actions are taken. There are some parts of the compliance which are severe. Like, for example, if you send falsified documents or a falsified passport, as it happened in RIPE some time ago, obviously, we don't enter in that discussion. And if the staff or the board takes the decision that this is motivation for immediate suspension of the member, I personally agree with that. Okay, so we don't go into that direction. We go into those things that can be mistakes. And we all know that everybody can make a mistake. And before proceeding to take actions that may be not reversible, we need to tell the members, hey, you are doing this wrong. Do you need help? Can we provide assistance? Is because you don't know how to announce your IPv6 prefix, for example, from the yesterday discussion. We can go and help them instead of firing against them. Okay, so that's basically the proposal. I am not going to enter into the details. Let me see if there is some detail important in the policy text. We just defined the dashboard. By the way, this dashboard is consistent, as explained in the impact analysis, which the staff is already doing a new version of MyAfrinic. So we, of course, we take inputs from the staff about what is the work being done. So we just add suggestions and make sure that the implementation of that new version of MyAfrinic is consistent with what we are saying in the proposal. What else I can say? We define some timing, of course. We don't let the staff to just drop the resources from one day to another. We ensure that the member has sufficient opportunities to correct the problem, etc., etc. And I think with that, well, there is one section about exceptionalities, and I think everybody will agree with that. If there is let's say, a war situation or a pandemic or something that don't let the members to fulfill their obligations, I think it's logic that the board can extend the resource revocation period. This is something that we have implemented also in LACNIC, and in fact, it has been used once because hurricane or something. I don't remember exact details right now in IT. Okay, so there are situations where these things happen. Reference from other registries where there are similar things, and that's it from my side at the moment.
So kindly request my colleagues from the Secretariat to go through 2 minutes on the impact assessments.
Thank you, Darwin. This is Prince Ava from Policy Liaison Team. Next. Okay, so I think that will the author have been able to define what the different points that are here. So I will move straight to the impact. So basically, these those points that are covered by the proposal sent by the author. Next. Impact on the registry function. New sub-processes procedure to be developed for the overall non-compliance workflow. The dashboard on the member portal need to be configured to send notification, as well as a periodical reminder of non-compliance of the member. Dashboards on member portal need to be configured to send notification of persistent non-substance after 3 months. Resource members follow up in regard to persistent non-compliance will also required. The dashboard will also evolve with any new resource policy that come into effect. Next. This is the legal impact. While the intention of the author is evident, yet this proposal still has the effect of encroaching on the internal management and operation of AFRINIC insofar as contract management of the registration service agreement is concerned. The fact that AFRINIC will only be able to execute the provision of the RSA upon 3 confirmed violations during 12-month time frame make it impractical and unrealistic, inasmuch as breaches committed by the resource member will differ from organization to organization. It's difficult to envisage how this proposal is workable in practice. Besides, the RSA already empower AFRINIC to initiate such review or investigation whenever it has good cause to do so. The RSA also provides for withholding, suspension, and revocation of resource in case where the concerned resource member failed to cooperate with AFRINIC. Therefore, the proposal that AFRINIC shall only trigger the termination process in case where there is a persistent non-compliance on the part of the resource member is misconceived for the reason stated above. Next. Should the aforesaid policy proposal still reach its consensus, it's highly likely that the board of directors acting through its management will face difficulty to give full effect of this existing of the registration service agreement, since AFRINIC will debate on taking any action under the RSA unless and until at least 3 violations on the part of the resource member that have been recorded. Further, by the time that the resource member ends up persistently non-compliant, is highly probable that the RSA, which has an initial tenure of 1 calendar year, will have automatically been renewed for another 1 calendar year, such that the identified breach will then become caduc. Consequently, any identified breaches of the RSA on the part of the resource member would be deemed to have been regularized by the mere fact that the RSA has been renewed. Next. The implementation can be affected by Q3 2020, as we explained in the one in the MyAfric new version. We have like trying to incorporate like more features for our members. So this one. So this is it for the staff impact analysis. Over to you, Chess. Thank you.
We will allow Jordi also to comment on that. 2 minutes on the timer, please.
Yeah, I am trying to share the slides. I think now, and I'm going to the last one. Here is it. Okay, first one, the BDP is able to manage the internal procedures of AFRINIC the same as in other registries. And in fact, a very similar proposal has been implemented in LACNIC. And they don't have all this legal assessment against the proposal, neither the problems mentioned here. I agree that micromanagement is not always good, but the limit is fuzzy, and the community has the right to draw that limit. The proposal is not amending the RSA, but setting some details that are not in the RSA. So we define an allowance of failures because everybody can make a mistake, and this is set by 3 violations in 12 months. In the previous version, I didn't have timing. I leave the staff to decide on that, but the previous impact analysis asked for the timing, so we implemented it. Maybe the staff need to talk about that internally before telling us we want a timing and then defining that the timing is not good. The community has the right to decide if a single breach which can be resolved when notified, can be considered an RSA breach, or we're going to set to several, and that's what we did. As I explained already, certain case of document frauds, I believe that should not be allowed at any point as a mistake. The proposal is not in any case restricting AFRINIC to start an investigation at any time. There is no text in the proposal that say that. So this is against what is indicated in legal assessment B. D is also incorrect because the timing provided again is not contradicting the RSA, neither fixing the timing based on the RSA renewal time. If the legal staff is understanding that from the text, that should point exactly what text is saying that, because I cannot find it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordi. Then I can ask my colleagues to put up our slides, and we will go into the contentious areas in here. Next slides, please. Yes, I guess. Yes, this is the one, indeed. Okay, so let me start by saying, let me start with the objections and concern which were shared on the RPD list. With regards to the proposal, I'm questioning the need for the implementation of a dashboard to monitor resource members, as there is already an assessment from the RSA. This seems to be quite intrusive on the privacy of resource members. There are more ways to promote transparency and openness within the community without compromising any sensitive information. This point has been addressed by the authors, and there is a URL link where you can check that. Next slide, please. All right, so then the next objection or concern which has been shared goes by, I propose the following slight alteration to sub-article 5. Contractual non-compliance, such as unauthorized transfers, lack of payment, or document fraud, once investigated and confirmed, might cause the revocation of the services and member closure in accordance with RSA. In determining whether to revoke services, the board shall, after a fair hearing, and consider all relevant circumstances in good faith, including whether the revocation is in the best interests of the members of the organization. This point has also been addressed, and we have it on the archives. The other point was, please also just confirm. My understanding is that this is based on the data that AFRINIC already has, and no additional data will be required by AFRINIC from the members. This point has also been addressed, and it is on the archives. So as far as we can see, all the points were addressed, and if you go to the next slides, this has also been covered by my colleague from the Secretariat, Bryce. So feel free to go to the next one, and one more, whereby one more slide, please, whereby we will open then the floor for questions, whether they are on the mic or on the Q&A chat. Before doing that, I will ask my co-chair colleague Vincent if there is anything you would like to add before we jump into the mic conversation.
Thank you, Darren. I think we can go ahead to the mic, open mic session.
Perfect. Then we will also, while starting with the microphone sessions, we will keep an eye on the Q&A. I will kindly request my colleagues to set up the timer for 20 minutes and to allow the next participant on the mic queue to raise name, affiliation, and question. Hello?
Hello,
Yes,
can you hear me? Okay,
yes,
thank
we
you.
can.
My name is Oluwabumi. I'm a researcher in a university in Nigeria. I do not agree with this proposal because of the amount of surveillance that this dashboard can do to the resource members. Openness and transparency can be given by the resource members if they trust the institution enough. And what are the safeguards that may ensure that there will be no data breach on the part of the members here? The RSA is existing for a reason, and they should be able to provide a way for AFRINIC and the resource members to safely remind the member of their dues and compliances. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. I'll state your name, affiliation, and question.
Yeah, digital intelligence services. Yeah, it does not happen often, but I do support the intention of this policy. So, but I just want to ask Jody if, from the discussion we had yesterday on the publication of data, will you think that some of this dashboard data should be made public to the community? Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you. Next speaker, name, affiliation, and question, please.
Nikweno, Ghana.com member. My comment is that I like compliance, and I don't see any surveillance issue. Okay, so this is something that one can live with. My only challenge is that some things begin to cross the boundary, and then becomes another problem. What I have in mind here is that if staff is doing it and they have opportunity to engage and resolve, then why do we go to PDP to solve something that staff is already doing? And as I said previously, there must be limits to what PDP can do. After all, PDP is defined in a bylaw, so it is a sub-piece, okay? And I don't want PDP to end up superseding what is defined in RSA, because breaches are defined in RSA. And so there must be some kind of limits as to what we try to do in policy, especially when it's already being done. Okay, so even though I can live with it, I'm saying, what else are you going to bring? Because I'm concerned about creeping, scope creep, okay, of PDP as a whole. We're trying to micromanage everything staff is doing. I believe that we should rather strengthen staff so staff can do the things properly. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the authors are taking notes on all those comments. Thanks to the community for engaging. We don't have anyone else on the mic queue. Vincent, Secretariat, can you guys tell me whether we have questions on the Q&A?
Questions on the Q&A.
I think there are no questions here.
Okay.
There is one.
I think the one on privacy. Perhaps there's one on privacy which was also raised by one of the speakers. Perhaps Jody can respond to that.
Yes, I can. Responding to Oluwabunmi, sorry again for the pronunciation, the data is already available most of the time. What happens, and sometimes this is even public because routing is public, okay? You can find information about routing. You can know if a member is routing their prefixes or not. What I am asking is just to show to each member, not publicly, the level of compliance. When there is a repeated uncompliance, then it will be announced that something is happening because other community members can help that member to solve the problem if, for example, the staff is unable to contact that member. But the dashboard itself is private to each member, so there is not any chance of privacy issues with this. And in fact, the legal assessment didn't say that at any point. Alain, I am not sure if I understood you. You mean you support the policy, right? See, again, I think I am responding the same here. It's not public. That was also a question from Alain. It's only visible to each member. But of course, again, lack of compliance will be made public because when you recover resources, you need to publish it, okay? They come back to the pool. So even if there is a quarantine period, everybody will know that it has been recovered. Dr. Ni, if a staff is doing it, right? But is doing on their own way. And yes, I don't agree with micromanagement, but as I explained it before, we want to make sure as a community that we draw the line. And part of drawing the line is telling, hey, simple mistakes cannot be sanctioned. We want to make sure in the way that we as a community decide is implemented that sanction. And if that means 3 opportunities in 1 year, that's fine. If we think that 3 is too low, let me know, but nobody said that in the list. If 3 opportunities is too much, let me know, but nobody said that. I think we need to fix a time, and if we need to adjust that, we can adjust it later. I think nobody can question if 3 opportunities is a good number or not. I saw a comment also in the Q&A from Taiwo. Taiwo, yes, I agree, automation is not necessarily better, and that's why we say in the policy as automated as possible, okay? So automation is not perfect, we know it, but I think the text is clear about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordi. I will allow, we do have folks on the microphone queue. So let me start by allowing the next participant to raise his name, affiliation, and question. Hello, Mark, can you hear us? Now is Mark, can you hear us? I think he dropped it for some reason. Then I will ask my colleagues to allow the next participant, Alain, name, affiliation, and question,
Yes,
please.
Yes, Alain Ayina, Digital Intelligence Services again. Yeah, so George, the question I asked for you was that because you had a policy saying that we should, for policy proposal saying that we should publish the need justification information. So I'm saying that now, I think I'm asking you, don't you think that the community, and for the transparency you invoked yesterday, that it may be good for the community to also see a certain part of the dashboard? That's the questions I first asked. And then number two, and then there's something new, is that if staff is already doing something, it's good that if we want to go policy route, then we should clearly state the problem we are trying to solve. Otherwise, it can be conflicting and be waste of resources and not really serve the community. Thank you.
Jody, you might respond to this one directly if you want.
And two of the Q&A questions as well. Alain, I don't think it should be published because that will mean more difficulties to reach consensus. That's one point. I would love to make it published, but somehow I also like a balance, and I think that a right balance is if somebody make a mistake and is correcting it, why we need to make it published? I don't think we need to be so strict in every time somebody make a mistake, everybody should know. No, everybody make mistakes, okay? So that was my point. I think the problem statement, again, is the same discussion we had before. It's well described. And in LACNIC, we have this discussion many times, and I think we reached a way to express it. Policies are not just to solve problems. Policies are also to make improvements. So even if you think there is not a problem or not a so clear problem statement for you, for me it is, if we can make an improvement, why not? That's what policy making means. Not just problems, improvements, amendments of things that even maybe editorial mistakes or lack of correct interpretation or more interpretation of policy text. We are able with the PDP to correct all those things. Responding to Chechen and Elvis from the Q&A, no, I am not giving more power to the staff. On the other way around, we are making sure that the way they interpret how the RSA is applied in case of lack of compliance is according to our decision, not their own internal decision that we cannot change. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Jordi, we will then allow 4 more speakers, which are on the queue, on the microphone queue, to raise the questions. Please take note on the questions, and then we will ask you to reply to those very quick, since we are running out of time. Next speaker, please. Name, affiliation, and question.
Name is Nikweno, Ghana.com member. You know, Jordi, I'd like to appeal to you to come to AFRINIC, but come as peer, okay? By that, what I mean is, you said staff make mistake, but you don't think community can make mistake. Just as staff can make mistake, community can also make mistakes. So sometimes when we are telling you that the direction you are running with reference to other RRs and this and that, maybe that's not what is good for us. And so you should kind of, you know, have some empathy and hear us, okay? From my point of view, if the moment you say staff make mistake, I'm already defensive, okay? My staff will not make mistake. My staff will do their very best to get it correct, okay? And that's the direction I want to go. Rather than the direction, oh, my staff will make mistakes, so I'm going to tie their legs. No, no, okay? Community also can make mistakes, and community bottom-up processes can be hijacked, okay? And we know that there are problems of civil attacks and all kinds of things going on. So let's be a bit, you know, moderate in some of the ways we are. Like I said, I can live with this, but I'm saying I rather want what staff is doing to be what we do, instead of we encroaching and gradually weakening staff, rather. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ning. Next speaker, please state your name, affiliation, and question. Next speaker, please. Mark, can you hear us?
Great, now I'm on.
Okay.
Sorry about that previously. I love automation. I love making myself do things that I can automate so that I can be lazy and in other times. I like how the idea that this policy is there to assist members. I don't see what's wrong with that. And otherwise, I do have a problem with some of the participants keep saying, we don't like this, we don't like this. They're not members. I know this is an open community, but they have no skin in this game. I'm very, very curious to understand what their motivation is. Anyway, enough said.
Thanks, Mark. Next speakers, please state your name, affiliation, and question. Hello? We can't hear you.
Okay, I'm Sylvain Bayard from CMNO, the Network Operators Group of the Cameroon. So I wanted to say that I know the dashboard is for compliance is a good thing. It's a good thing, but I'm not sure we can agree to push it from the policy from the policy, so that I not agree with the proposal. I wanted to know to be sure that there is real issue with the staff implementing itself such a platform. I know AFRINIC, my AFRINIC exists.
Can you speed up a little bit, please? We are running out of time.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name, affiliation, and question.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, sir.
All right, thank you. Timothy from Osun State University in Nigeria. I would probably like to toe the lines of Dr. Nick, and some very few speakers. I also don't have any problem with having a policy, a dashboard touched up to have some certain kind of information. But however, I would rather have something that will allow staff to be able to innovate and also put in their own idea based on within what is already available within the RSA. I think the major problem now is not even having the policy compliance dashboard really, but the major issue is what happens if the member fails to comply with policies. I think that's actually the area that the proposal is trying to tackle, and that is one thing that I think should be, unless there have been critical consequences of not following or maybe adhering to policies in the past or something that may actually call for a kind of tougher punishment on members and all. I don't think it is actually necessary to actually put it. Staff should be able to live within what is already within the RSA to improve the dashboard of the membership, the platform, be that is made. So I may not be able to say whether this particular proposal is needed right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Timothy. Two more questions, and then we're gonna take it offline together with my colleague co-chair for further deliberations. So the next participant, please state your name, affiliation, and question. Hello. Kisun, we can't hear you for the second time. I don't know why. Well, then we will have to jump to Paul. Paul, please state your name, affiliation, question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Hill, Crystal Web. I'm just wanting to briefly comment on something that I picked up in the Q&A and from some of the other comments, which is security-related concerns. And while I think we shouldn't underestimate the importance of data privacy and security, the data privacy and security concerns have to do with the technical implementation of the system at large. And I therefore don't think that really relates to this sort of a policy. That's a different question for staff and so on. And nothing has come forward from any impact assessment that says that this cannot be implemented in a way that preserves data privacy. And considering the amount of information that needs to be kept secure in the MyAfriNIC portal as things are, I don't think that it's a valid concern concerning whether this policy should be adopted as part of the policy development process. But I don't think we should underestimate security's importance and privacy's importance when it comes to implementing the policy. And yeah, so I would just say I'm supportive of this policy with the amendment that I proposed and which the author, was happy with. I'm therefore supportive of this policy.
All right, thanks, Paul. And Jordi, please just go very briefly.
Very quickly.
Not more than 30 minutes.
What Paul is saying is basically a problem of the general working of AFRINIC, and AFRINIC already follow the laws on security and so on. So that's not a problem. To Timothy, the way the policy is designed already allows the staff to innovate. So I am not precluding that. Failure to compliance is also described in the policy, and critical consequences are managed in the way the community wants in the policy instead of something that is not defined in other documents like the RSA. Sylvan, the PDP is the only way we have to take decisions and fix details that are not clear in other documents. So the same I said to Timothy. Dr. Nee, I didn't set staff mistakes. I said member mistakes. We all make mistakes, and what the policy is fixing is making sure that we have the opportunity to correct them. And Mark, basically, of course, as a co-author, agree with the proposal, so nothing to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one last before we go offline. Jordi, be with us for a while, but there is one from Kishan on the chat. So I will read that through. Even without the policy, we are implementing a dashboard. The goal is not to use it as a stick. Idea is to empower members to be policy compliant, avoid surprises when members are not compliant. Will be implemented on MyAfriNIC version 2. Each member will have access for their own data. One member cannot see for another data is already sketched. We are putting them together to make it as easy as possible. Phased implementation will be made to cover all provisions over time.
Well, this is a question from AFRINIC. I understand that he's agreeing with what the policy says, and this is consistent with the impact analysis.
All right, perfect. We will take it offline for now because this policy has so many interactions. We do thank everybody who took the time for interactions. We will take offline a break of 10 minutes because we also need to think about our interpreters, colleagues, which are doing an awesome job. Thank you very much. Me and Vincent and the Secretariat will take between 5 and 10 minutes with further deliberations on this policy proposal. Thank you.
For me, AFRINIC is a key player in Africa's digital transformation. We are proudly African, located in Africa, serving Africans. And we are committed to the digital development and transformation of the continent by enabling reliable internet access to its people.
AFRINIC is the custodian of internet resources for Africa's future. We work tirelessly towards the sustainability and stability of the internet in Africa, both now and in the future. An internet that is resilient and secure with no access barriers to all stakeholders. That includes you and your organization.
AFRINIC is the regional internet registry for Africa. Our mandate is to allocate and assign IP numbers to organizations that are building networks in Africa, who then will allocate these to your device, websites, and information systems based on the internet policies.
AFRINIC manages IP resources efficiently. The Internet Protocol is at the core of Internet communication, whereby unique identification numbers allow you to connect to others through a device. An accessible, sustainable, and secure network across Africa is achieved to ensure a fair allocation of these unique numbers.
AFRINIC exists to connect networks across Africa. We operate in a multi-stakeholder environment. Our network largely involves internet service providers, internet tech innovators, network engineers, regional operator groups, as well as young technocrats across Africa who comes in as AFRINIC fellows. We address social, technical, educational, and policy-making issues in stakeholder meetings and trainings. And it is in these meetings, stakeholders get to network and exchange best operational knowledge and experiences. We need all our stakeholders to be involved, as AFRINIC cannot achieve its mission on its own.
AFRINIC supports the development of a resilient internet infrastructure. Our mandate is to keep Africa connected through professional and efficient allocation of internet number resources. This is how we can sustain the continent's digital growth.
AFRINIC's mission is to serve the African internet community. As a community, we provide bottom-up approach during internet policy development and implementation. Providing continuous capacity building for our community is essential too. We empower our community by providing open platforms for discussion and education that we carry out at no cost. Every internet user in Africa is part of the internet community. Hence, you too have a role to play in the development of internet in Africa.
At the African Network Information Center, we work towards realizing a secure and accessible internet for sustainable digital growth in Africa.
Hello, and as we wait for the co-chairs and as we're having a short break, I just have a few announcements to make. First one is we're going to have our online cocktail after this session. The cocktail will start at 1300 UTC. That's 1 p.m. UTC. And we'll share the platform link on the chat section. So because it's an online cocktail, remember to bring your drink. And if I'm correct, any drinks are accepted in this session. So also, second announcement, don't forget to help us fill in the survey. And the link will be shared in the chat section because it's through these surveys that we're able to improve in future meetings and improve our quality. And by filling in this survey, you have a chance to win a little surprise, and the winner will be announced on today during the closing cocktail. Big thank you to our AFRINIC-34 online sponsors. First of all, our connectivity sponsor, MTEL Mauritius, our technical sponsors, Africa, Meta, and Team Cambro. And in the ISP category, DNS Africa. So we also run our IPv6 certification program, and we're giving you a 50% discount. So we're going to share the coupon code in the chat section. Then finally, if you want to take this certification, you need to prepare, right? So we have our training IPv6 courses on our training platform, e-learning platform. So that's academy.afrinic.net. So thank you.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Can you? Yeah, I'm not getting sound back. I think this is something that happens.
I can hear you, darling.
Oh, okay, now I can hear you. Yeah, it's a little bit of lag in between. So yeah, me and my colleague Vincent, we took the time to to analyze critically well, our position on that, and we will have to ask our participants and the entire community for 10 more minutes at least, because we need to go a little bit more in details before we even express our outcomes on that.
Charles, can I say something?
Yes, you can.
Very quickly. If you don't close the meeting, you can take as many hours or days as you want to take a
Yes, we know.
decision. That's perfectly
Yes, we know.
legal.
Yeah,
So
we know.
maybe
Thanks for that.
less stressful for you. Thank you.
Yeah, indeed. Thanks for that, and we are aware of that. Me and Vincent, we will just take 10 minutes break, and we will get back to you guys again. So feel free to grab a coffee, to grab a glass of water, and we will see you guys in 10 minutes again.
For me, AFRINIC is a key player in Africa's digital transformation. We are proudly African, located in Africa, serving Africans. And we are committed to the digital development and transformation of the continent by enabling reliable internet access to its people.
AFRINIC is the custodian of internet resources for Africa's future. We work tirelessly towards the sustainability and stability of the internet in Africa, both now and in the future. An internet that is resilient and secure with no access barriers to all stakeholders. That includes you and your organization.
AFRINIC is a regional internet registry for Africa. Our mandate is to allocate and assign IP numbers to organizations that are building networks in Africa, who then will allocate these to your device, websites, and information systems based on the internet policies.
AFRINIC manages IP resources efficiently. The Internet Protocol is at the core of Internet communication, whereby unique identification numbers allow you to connect to others through a device. An accessible, sustainable, and secure network across Africa is achieved to ensure a fair allocation of these unique numbers.
AFRINIC exists to connect networks across Africa. We operate in a multi-stakeholder environment. Our network largely involves internet service providers, internet tech innovators, network engineers, regional operator groups, as well as young technocrats across Africa who comes in as AFRINIC fellows. We address social, technical, educational, and policy-making issues in stakeholder meetings and trainings. And it is in these meetings, stakeholders get to network and exchange best operational knowledge and experiences. We need all our stakeholders to be involved, as AFRINIC cannot achieve its mission on its own.
AFRINIC supports the development of a resilient internet infrastructure. Our mandate is to keep Africa connected through professional and efficient allocation of internet number resources. This is how we can sustain the continent's digital growth.
AFRINIC's mission is to serve the African internet community. As a community, we provide bottom-up approach during internet policy development and implementation. Providing continuous capacity building for our community is essential too. We empower our community by providing open platforms for discussion and education that we carry out at no cost. Every internet user in Africa is part of the internet community. Hence, you too have a role to play in the development of internet in Africa.
At the African Network Information Center, we work towards realizing a secure and accessible internet for sustainable digital growth in Africa.
Good to see you. So we basically took the time for further deliberation, me and my co-chair, Vincent. And the co-chair decisions for this policy proposal is that the policy has reached consensus, having considered the discussions on the RPD mailing list and the current PPM. The authors having addressed the concerns raised by the PDWG, the co-chairs have determined where consensus has been reached. The policy proposal therefore moves to the last call. The community can engage more on this during the last call period. Thank you very much for your interaction, and thanks to the authors for putting the policy proposal in. I will now hand over to Vincent.
Chairs, on behalf of all the authors.
Sorry? Say that
Thank
again,
you,
Jordan.
chairs, on behalf of all the authors, but especially on behalf of the community.
All right, no problem, Judge. So I will hand over to my colleague Vincent, which will guide us until the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
I think now we'll go to the next and last policy proposal for this PPM. If we could move to the next slide, please. So the next policy proposal is the AFRINIC number resource transfer policy. It's been drafted by Gregor, Noah, and Aline. Next slide. So at this point in time, I just want us to run through how how the discussions will flow. We'll have 8 minutes for the policy proposal author to take us through the policy proposal. After that, we'll give the staff, the secretary, 2 minutes to run us through the impact assessment. And then co-chairs will have 5 minutes to raise any contentious issues, as well as our perspective of the policy proposal. We'll have an open mic, after which we'll give the authors time to respond, and then we'll take time to announce the decision based on deliberations during the PPM. So I'll hand it over now to, I don't know which, I think it's Gregor. I can see him on the queue. Gregor, are you the one who's going to present the policy proposal? Can we allow Gregor to, yeah, go ahead, please. And can you have the timer set to 8 minutes? I can see Noah as well. Who amongst the authors is presenting?
I'm gonna be presenting. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, indicate your name, please.
Grégoire Eoumi.
Okay.
And yeah, thank you. And also, before I will do the presentation, I also want to give the floor to Alain Aina also. He wants also to say a word about the problem statement before I will do the presentation. I don't know if Alain is there.
Do you have a presentation?
Yeah, I sent the presentation slide.
Can you have it put up then, please?
Okay.
Okay, 8 minutes then.
Thank you. Okay. So, my name is Grégoire Eoumi, and I'm from Benin, and I'm a community member. I'm one of the co-authors for this policy proposal. So, as you may know, AFRINIC IPv4 pulse is expecting to run out soon, and we may need IPv4 to support IPv6 transition. And
considering the limited IPv4 space initially made available to AFRINIC, only 7.23/8 with very limited row ratio of IPv4 per internet user, we think that there is a need to allow for unused IPv4 from other regions to move into the AFRINIC service region. And this without necessarily depleting the current AFRINIC slim amount of IPv4 by transferring space out of the region. So that's what we want for this our policy proposal. We want some numbers, okay, but we don't want to depleting all the numbers that we have right now because we believe that Africa and AFRINIC service region need more resources. The current intra-area policy in place also allow type of IPv4 allocation and assignment to be transferred, including the IPv4 reserve block for internet exchange point and the last /8, for example. And the current area policy does not cover as well the ASM. So, next slide, please. This new policy proposal defines a set of rules to allow transfer of IPv4 address and ASMs. The policy segregates a resource in different categories and define which transfer rule apply to each category. Legacy resources, for example, will be legacies and other resources transferred into other regions, transfer in from other regions will be used to bring more resources into AFRINIC service region. Next slide, please. So, for the policy, we add some definition and we add marking to make the rules and procedure easy to understand and easy to implement using, for example, automation tools. So then, for example, we mark AFRINIC full regional. So every time I'm going to talk about AFRINIC full, they're going to be referred to as regional. The special purpose pools are being marked as reserved because we don't want to transfer them. The legacy, we keep legacy as legacy, and the others will be marked as global. Next slide, please. So this slide will summary the rules and procedure for selecting resources eligible for transfer, as we said in section 3.3. So the diagram will explain the full section. In this diagram, we have 3 parts. The first part is the intra-area 1 and 2. And the second one is inter-area outgoing 1 and 2. And the third part is the last one, is the inter-area incoming. For the first part, okay, we have in the inter-area 1. So if the source and recipient are AFRINIC member, then we allow regional, we allow global, and we allow legacy for transfer, and we mark legacy as global as soon as legacy are transferred, they'll be marked as global. And the second inter-area 2, if the source is a legacy holder and the recipient is AFRINIC member, then we allow legacy for transfer and we mark legacy as global as well. So this part allow resource to flow between AFRINIC member and is cover regional, global, and legacy. The second part is the part that we have in the chart here, section 3.3, inter-area outgoing, okay, 1. So if the source is legacy holder and the recipient is another region, then we allow legacy to flow, to transfer out. So, but if the source on the second one, on section 3.4, if the source is AFRINIC member and the recipient is in another region, then we allow global for transfer as well. So this second part of the flow allow legacy and global to be transferred out to other regions to make the reciprocity with the other region, for example. And the third part of the diagram is the one that will cover the ante-area incoming, section 3.5. So if the source is from another region and the recipient is an AFRINIC member, then we allow everything, and then we mark the transfer resource as they're coming as global. So this part of the flow will bring more resource, will bring resource into AFRINIC service region. And here, and finally, reserve is not part of the flow. That's why reserve has denied. Thank you. So next slide, please. The policy proposal also set some condition on the resource to be transferred itself, and also set condition on the source, and also set condition in the recipient. So those conditions are in the policy. I won't go through them. Next slide, please.
Gregor, you have about a minute or so.
No, thank you. So the policy also makes some provision, and those provisions, for example, AFRINIC has have to be approved, and the policy have to be. This one is only the policy that we will be covered for anything that won't be transferred. Next slide, please. So regarding the compatibility and reciprocity, the last check, RIP and LACNIC said proposal is okay for compatibility, and AFRINIC and ARIN have some reserve, and we have some question last year on the list about this, and we are waiting for the staff for the response, and for the two AFRINIC and ARIN, and we believe that if this policy gets the consensus, we can start with those who accept transfer to us without necessarily require full reciprocity. So next slide, please. In the next slide, I'm going to skip the next slide for start assessment, and I'm going to come after the start to present assessment so that I'll present the auto response. But I would like also to call for Alain, like, as I said before, if Alain want to ask something about the presentation.
We can give you a minute, Alain. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Greg. Well, I think it's clear that what we are trying to do here is that trying to improve the existing intra-area transfer policy, which this community adopted long ago in 2017, and we've seen, even though AFRINIC is still allocating, we've seen some resource transfer happening inside the region. I checked today, I saw 18 happening, and we are also trying to respond and to also respond to the need that we bring some numbers in the continent for people who need the numbers and who will not be able to get it from AFRINIC or from the other members in the region. So you can clearly see what we are trying to do here while we protect the tiny pool we have. So this is what I just want to say, that to clarify what we are trying to do here. And then I think while we are still discussing and going back and forward, I think this is a proposal which really solve a problem and break nothing. So maybe we should go with it and see how things look like. Thank you.
And Alain, I'll now hand it over to the Secretariat to take us through the staff impact assessment. Secretariat? Okay.
Yes, Madhvi Gokul from AFRINIC here, and I will walk you through the impact assessment.
Okay, go ahead, Madhvi.
Next slide, please. Okay, the interpretation and understanding has been documented on the website, so we can skip the slides in the interest of time. And one more. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, So coming here, we had some recommendations for editorial edits and the definitions. They are listed here. And specifically, the term others appeared to be vague in section 315. The rules in section 335, the rules and procedures, any seem to be vague. So we wanted to, we requested the authors to perhaps clarify. Then there is one section in section 3.4, the type of transfers is ambiguous. So if they can provide more explanation for it. Next slide. Okay. The assessment mentioned an absence of hold down time. Okay. And under the conditions on the source, okay, we suggested a rephrasing, okay, and also in section 3, we requested whether the authors would like to rephrase what's written. Next slide. The impact, because it's an inter-RIR transfer, so there are different areas of impact. The MyAfriNIC V2, that's where the implementation would happen. Under the resources, the resource tagging, it is currently being implemented as part of the MyAfriNIC V2 specifications. So the resource tagging features need to be revised to include the specifications in this proposal, should it reach consensus. In regard to the member service operations, there would be impact on the processes and procedures, specifically because we also now would have ASN transfers over and above IPv4 transfers. IPv4 transfers are currently being done through intra-RIR transfers on our systems. Next slide. Okay, so the assessment also revealed that since transfers are resource intensive, so if we have inter-RIR transfers to process, there will be a need for staffing in the MS department, and there may be a revision of the transfer agreements and the RSA to be looked at should this proposal reach consensus. Next slide. Yep, so we have an automated resource transfer tool at the moment, so it is expected that this tool be rewritten to accommodate the ASN transfers, and also to assist to ensure integration with the external systems of other RIRs. Next slide. I think we have legal. Yeah. Okay. So the legal assessment, I'm hoping that the community has had time to read it from the website. So having an inter-RIR transfer proposal is purely a business decision to be taken judiciously and prudently, but both the working group and the board of directors. Okay. Next slide. Okay, one clarification, yeah, so legacy resource holders that are in our region are not contractually bound by AFRINIC's adopted policies. So as much as these policies allow for legacy resources to be transferred, it's up to these legacy resources to adhere to the policies and register, voluntarily register the transfers with AFRINIC, meaning all the transfers of the legacy space are processed by AFRINIC, and the WHOIS database is made up to date. But they may decide to do the transfers their own way. Okay, next slide. Okay. In regard to the outbound transfers of the resources, so there is it is unclear as to whether AFRINIC's role in the whole process would be limited to facilitating the admin aspect of the intended transfers, at the same time complying with the conditions in the policy, because AFRINIC will be relying on representation made to it when attending to the transfer request. So the burden of conducting the adequate due diligence with respect to the source holder or the concerned IP number resources have to be borne by the intended recipient, okay, and AFRINIC's role should be limited without bearing any legal responsibility whatsoever in the process. And next slide, I think it's the last one. Next, okay. All right. This we'd like the authors to clarify. It is not clear in the proposed policy whether the concerned IPv4 legacy resource will lose the legacy status upon the transfer into the region, okay, because the RSA is not tailored to accept legacy resources as tied at the moment. And yeah, so in case of inbound transfer of resources, transfers of legacy resources, will AFRINIC be able to execute its RSA? Okay, should there be a breach of the RSA? Okay, and because the recipient organization would have most probably paid good consideration, meaning financial value for such transfers. AFRINIC is not privy to these, but it would be good if we have a clarification that the RSA would cover the transferred IPv4 resources, the IP number resources, sorry. Yeah, on this, I think I'm done on these slides. In terms of reciprocity, there is an update. AFRINIC has indicated that the proposal is reciprocal on their side. That's one change from the assessment that was given in 2020. The impact assessment will be updated with this information shortly. Yeah. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Matt. Did you talk about the financial element?
Sorry, there's one last slide.
I think we need to move to the next slide so that you talk about the financial.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, so the financial assessment has been done. And since there is the resources from the IPv4 pool that have been delegated to the members cannot be transferred out, the assessment is that AFRINIC will not lose its current resource members to other RIRs in such outgoing transfers. Therefore, the proposal will have a minimal financial impact on the AFRINIC's revenue. I'm sorry about this. I thought it was my last slide, but yeah, I did not cover it.
Okay, the
implementation is for the next, it will take about 12 months to implement the policy. I stated inter-RIRs are more complex. That is why we will need more than the 6 months prescribed in the CPM for the implementation. Yeah, thank you.
The slides for the purchase app. And the reason I've given Magby more time is so that Darwin and I don't have to repeat that particular aspect.
Yes,
our slides.
Vincent?
Yes, Alain?
Vincent? Yeah, but it looked
Yes,
like
Alain.
the process we were following is to allow the authors to respond to staff before you come in, if I'm not mistaken.
Let me just alter it a little bit and you'll see why I want to alter it just a little bit.
Okay, no problem. I trust. Thank you.
Yeah. So next slide, please. As you can see, Alain, this is why I was saying, because One, there are no contentious or issues or objectives because there have been no discussions on the mailing list for this version of the proposal. So what I request the authors to do is to address one, obviously the issues that have come out of the staff impact assessment, and then from there now we can open the floor to the working group to see whether we have more comments. Because if you just go to the next slide. So the slides that follow here are really based on the staff impact assessment. And all these, the definitions and all the legal issues and financial and technical implementation issues have already been addressed by the presentation by Madhvi. So in the interest of time, it's a replica of what Madhvi has said. There's no point of reading them through. I'll just open the floor to the authors to respond to specifically the issues raised on the impact assessment, because there were no comments on the RPD mailing list. So over to the co-authors. I can see Noah is on the queue. Noah, please go ahead.
Yeah, we both here also. We have a slide about it. Can you please share this slide?
I think you know his co-authors. You want to say something before Greg responds?
Okay. Slide 9. Okay. So I'll go. So for the staff assessment, Alan, can I go, or you want to say something else? Okay. I'll go. Okay, thank you. So from the staff assessment, in the right hand, we have the staff comment, and in the second column, we have the auto response. So the first one, we agree to do a reward, like staff said, so in the red one, to reward our definition as definition applicable to this section of the proposal. And for the second one, the term any is a mistake from us. It should have been others. So we will be replacing the term any with others in section 3.5. And also in the third point, they ask us also to do a reward of type to give more, and the type of transfer is ambiguous. So what we're gonna add in section 3.4, the resource must qualify for the type of transfer requested as defined in 3.3, because in 3.3 is already defined. So we believe that we can fix it by just do that reward. And as requested also by staff, must be right order of the resource to be transferred with no dispute. So the staff said we have to reward it. So we authors, we agree to do the reward as this as staff suggests. So it will be as the source holder must be the rightful holder for the resource being the subject of the transfer, and that the resource must not be subject of any dispute, nor or contemplated. So next slide, please. So regarding about this may lead to abuse of the registry, we already have in section 3.6 condition on the recipient, and that's condition said must demonstrate a detailed plan for the use of the transfer resources. So we don't want to put concrete to justify the need for people building network in Africa. So we believe that this section 3.6 will cover this one, so that we don't need to put hold on time to fix this one. And also the term order appear to be vague. So the term order, we think that the definition of the term order means resource transfer from other region through the inter-area system. So inter-area transfer. So, and also in section 3.4, the resource will be marked by AFRINIC policy after transfer into the region. So
We think that the term order here is also fine. And another one is about the resource deemed to be transferred without AFRINIC prior approval will be deemed non-comprehensive with the policy and shall be reclaimed. But we put already in section 2.0 that AFRINIC does not recognize transfer outside of the approved transfer policy and requires organization holding such resources to return them to the appropriate registries. So we think that this section 2.0, sorry, will cover this one so that we don't need to reward this one as is. Next slide, please. And about the legal aspect, so most of the legal aspects are comment, but we think that we already cover because we already said in the policy that legacy holder will lose the legacy status, and we also said that the resource will be covered by AFRINIC policy after transfer into the region. There already some provision in AFRINIC so that it will be covered by the Excuse me, policy. Greg. Excuse me, Greg. I don't know whether it's me, but I can't see the slides. I don't know whether it's only me, but I'm not able to view the slides. I'm able to see because I'm not presenting, but I'm able to see. Probably only you.
I can also see the slide, but I'm a presenter.
You can see it. You can see it, Vincent. You can see it.
Okay, I'll refresh then. Just go ahead. I'll refresh. Okay. And also in section 3.6, condition in the recipient also will cover that aspect because we said that the recipient will be subject to the current AFRINIC policy. So all the current AFRINIC policy, if legacy want to come in, you have to sign the RSA. So we think that this section also will cover that aspect of the legal. But we are open to any other comments. So I will leave the floor to Alain and the other co-authors if they want to add something about those aspects. Thank you.
Yes, I just want to, this is Alain speaking, just to emphasize from this slide, okay, because the staff concern was that we did not say that the legacy transfer in the region will lose the legacy status. But we think the way he said, we said if the resource when you enter the region, you'll be covered by AFRINIC policy. You'll be covered by AFRINIC policy, and then the members, okay, should also be subject to policy and then sign RSA. So it's a different way of saying that any number to come to be covered by the policy. So currently our policy does not allow legacy. So that means you automatically lose your legacy space. But if this community decide to change the policy and to say something different, then our policy will apply. So that's what this is how we should look at it. And then other I think comment from the legal or from staff is that we do not put a time hold. Okay, this has been discussed when we were doing the intra-area, and even after, people are saying that, okay, if we really want to help people in these regions, okay, quickly get the numbers, because this is a growing region of our internet, growing in the regions, why do we want to put the time holder? So if the recipient can just justify it, that he need the numbers, we shall allow. But if we find that in the implementation there are some abuse, so we can fix it. But we are really now trying to say we do not want. So if someone has some numbers and while he's still preparing to use it according to justify need, if another member on the regions need it, they should be able and can justify it. They should be able to transfer it, so we don't put more constraint on the members in the region. So this is what I want to add, and thank everyone and thank co-chairs.
Yeah, I see that Vincent. Can someone put Vincent back as a speaker, please?
Okay, give me a minute.
Yes, I guess he's now a speaker. Vincent, are you with us?
Thank you. So sorry about that technical issue. And thank you for the comments from Greg and from Elaine. I think with that, we'll now open the floor to the plenary. I can see we have 3 people already. Oluwabumi, you can start with Oluwabumi, then we'll go to Jody, and then we'll have Paul.
They want to make a transfer like AFRINIC wants to do. Now, I do not support the part that says that if you know AFRINIC, the person is mandated to register as a member of AFRINIC. I don't think this should be the case. Thank you.
Could you please come again? We didn't get you clearly.
Okay. I am asking, do other RIRs force non-members to become members if they want to transfer, like AFRINIC is like proposing to do? And I do not support this part of the non-member having to become a member of AFRINIC.
But do you have a reason why? Because if you could please tell us the reason why you don't support, so that at least we have a basis for argument. The first part is a question, which I think the co-authors will respond, but the other one is a statement. We would all like to know why you do not support that. Are you still there? All right, I think we'll pick the aspect of the question so the authors can take note of the question. I think the other part may not be a real valid concern. So Jody, then Paul, and then Professor Nee.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, you can hear you, Jody.
Okay. I don't want to waste a lot of time, so I have sent to the list my questions. I can copy also to the Q&A, but basically, as it was already claimed in previous version, I don't think this proposal is reciprocal, which at least 18, and that will mean that it becomes null because 18 is the major donor to the other regions. And it's an utopic thing to believe that if, for example, a lot of addresses starts coming from LACNIC to AFRINIC, LACNIC will allow not being reciprocal. They can even change the policy before this one gets implemented. And that's obvious because it's a natural protection that LACNIC can take or APNIC can take because this lack of reciprocity, even if the existing policies is not mentioned. I also agree with, even if in general I don't agree with the legal assessment, I think that in this case there are several points that are worth to mention. And finally, I disagree with taking now the time to address some of the concerns of the staff that were already addressed by the previous impact analysis. I don't think some of them are just editorial. So doing that in this part of the PDP is wrong, is against the PDP. I am going to anyway copy all my points to the Q&A so they can be considered. Thank you.
For that comment, we'll go to now Paul. Paul, please go ahead. Paul, are you there? Then we can go to...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Huell, Crystal Web, apologies for that. Wasn't picking up my mic. Mr. Chairman, I just want to comment on the fact that it was indicated that there's been no discussion on the mailing list. And unfortunately, while that may be true that this particular policy hasn't really received comments and so on, the issues within this policy is the subject of other conflicting policies. There's offhand there's the 2 policies, one of which was discussed the other day and one of which reached consensus and is now under an appeal. So I think it's problematic if we were to sort of take the view that oh, well, nobody until today, until Geordie's email, has set out valid objections to this policy proposal, that this policy proposal somehow has magical consensus. The reality is that the issues within this proposal are the subject of fairly intense discussion and engagement on the mailing list, and are quite contentious. And so I think we need to be quite careful at seeing, seeing it as a policy that quite honestly has been sort of snuck in a quite a duplicitous way, somehow has consensus. And I just think that that's sort of where we're at. We need to take this policy as to what it actually addresses and what other policy proposals are being discussed that address the same subject, to determine whether the community is happy with the proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Paul, and my apologies for that, and thank you for the correction. Actually, what I meant to say is that this version of the policy has not had any comments, but the version one of this is version 2. There was quite some discussion on version 1 of the policy. There was an update on the impact assessment based on the corrections and the amendments that were done by the authors. So yes, indeed, it's been discussed extensively, I would say. So it's not like it's just gathered, no comments, just out of the blue. So thank you for that correction. And the member should take note of that. I can see Professor Nee is offline. If he's available, he can speak. Else, I'll invite Arnaud to give his views.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so I think Kocha, you already addressed the first question about non-members. So I will go to the point for Jordi about reciprocity. So Jordi said he does not believe that ARIN will say that is reciprocal. That's your belief, Jordi, and thank you for it. But we prefer to use the staff process, staff talking to ARIN staff, and get back to us why it's not reciprocal. And we raised some question about it, and we are waiting. For example, AFRINIC was not reciprocal, and we got like nothing changed in the policy, and now it's reciprocal. So I don't think this is a valid point. We already get consensus reciprocal for the other area, so we're waiting for ARIN. And yesterday we were saying also ARIN is a big donor. No, RIP was most big donor of IP before. So I don't want to go on that part. And I think you also talk about why this policy is not discussed. Yeah, it's intensely discussed in the other version, and we think we address most of them. So I will let the floor to the other authors to add some comment.
Yeah, so this is Alain.
Alain, hold on a minute. Hold on, Alain. Hold on, Alain. Let's have Professor Nee, and then the co-authors can respond to the issues that have been raised in that order, please. Professor Nee, then we'll have Noah, and or the co-authors can agree on who speaks. So, Professor Nee?
Just specifying in relation to this policy, we've already discussed about it on the distribution list. We've analysed it in detail, and we found it much more adapted for the AFRINIC region, given that the initial resources of AFRINIC have not been placed in Egypt by this proposal, and we need the most useful and equitable policy to obtain more resources for our region, and this policy should be supported. And personally, I support this policy, and the others also, compared to those that we saw yesterday, which did not protect the initial resources of AFRINIC, which were already limited resources, and I think this proposal for policy should be supported. Thank you.
So I don't know whether it's just me, but I think Arnaud decided to speak in both English and French, which is a new one. But let's go ahead, Professor Nee, and then now we'll have a response from the co-authors.
Thank you very much. I thought I may just lend some comments here. I think the rightful persons to determine reciprocity are the RRRs. But we are not looking for global policy here. So if a subset of the RRRs are, find it reciprocal, I think we should start, because we've been on this thing for long. People are anxious to have some, inter-RR trans policy. So the other point that I needed to make was that I don't think anything has been snuck in. It's been discussed plenty. This is probably one of the longest policies in entire under discussion. I also need to point out that every policy, in a way, has a different life cycle. And so telling us something about other situations of other policies, for me, I don't think is the right way to go. The main thing is that you must think hard about the purpose of the policy, which really is to bring more numbers in, but numbers that come in should be able to go out because they were not supposed to be here in the first place. Okay, and the biggest net gainer of numbers from everywhere seems to be RIPE. So if RIPE is open to us, I think we should go. We might get a benefit. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Professor Nee. The next is now we have the authors respond to the issues that have been raised. We have Noah. Noah, do you want to go ahead?
Say something, but Professor pretty much took everything I wanted to say, but which was essentially a response to Jody that we are not discussing policy. We are trying to be extremely conservative in a sense that the number of resources that were afforded to this region from by IANA continue to move within the region to serve our interest within the region. It's important for us. This is why the policy already kept the intra-RIR transfers within the region, but then allows over flow from other parts of the RIR ecosystem. And this is important for us to make sure that we take note of, because that is one of the instances of this policy. But similarly, I wanted also to point out that the policy in itself, of course, other people have said this, but just for Paul, that this policy has been there for so long, and we are discussing a second version of this draft policy. And therefore, it's not true that we haven't had extensive discussions on this policy. And the feedbacks you are seeing today are actually born out of the past discussions we've had with the working group, and they are the basis for the improvements made in this current version, and which is why now we are coming back to the group to argue that, I guess we've addressed pretty much most of the cost. And lastly, as long as we have other regions reciprocal with this policy, I think it is important to always be conservative and cautious in a sense that we start involving and being part of the inter-RIR space, with playing with a few of the RIRs that we are working with and that can work with us. As time goes on, improvements can always be brought forward by the working group. It's not like this is going to be cast on stone. Policies change, and therefore improvements can be done at a later stage if there is need for that. So that is what I wanted to just add. Alain can say something.
Yes, Vincent.
Go ahead, Alain.
Yes, yes, just a few comments. I think I've been enjoying the conversation. Few comments. I think there was a comment on the non-members, and here I think in our context we should look at the AFRINIC context. In AFRINIC context and in the context of this policy, we have two type of members entity involved. The members resource, so who are already members, and then we have the legacy. And the policy is clear. We are allowing the legacy member to transfer resource out without being member of AFRINIC. But those who are members, yes, they are already members. But if for the inbound, we are saying that if you transfer inbound, you must become AFRINIC member. So I think let to clarify things. Then the other things response I would like to make here is that yes, ARIN is the biggest donors. ARIN is the biggest, but don't forget that if ARIN was the biggest donors, then we should get African unions to go and talk to USA. Please give us some numbers. But it's not like that. ARIN is strictly running on a need base. So it's not that when we say donors, people can get confused. Look like ARIN has some number there for Africa and we are not going to get. No, this is strictly going to be based on the need base. So I think we should be careful when we say ARIN is the donors and this and that. No, ARIN is a peer, has its own rules to move the numbers. And to close, Jody, you said that even the other area who say it's compatible can change the policy. You are just giving us reason to say, if these people can change policy to protect their regions, why can't I protect Africa? Why can't I protect Africa? Because you are saying that they could say yes and change the policy if they see number moving out to Africa. Please bear with me. Let's protect also Africa. Thank you.
I think we have exhausted this session. I don't see anybody on the queue. Darwin, are there any questions on the Q&A? Darwin, are there any unaddressed issues on the Q&A?
Yes, I'm just looking into that. Sorry, I had some mic issues. I'm going through I think just more comments than questions. Just bear with me 1 minute. And there are more comments than the fact that ARIN said, Jordi mentioned that, okay, this is discussed. Now I think there are more comments, but I can see questions on the Q&A so far. There are more back and forth discussions between members, Vincent.
Okay, so we're good to go?
Yes, I guess Madhvi also wanted to intervene, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, she did?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay.
In regard to the question about the reciprocity of this version of the proposal with ARIN, ARIN confirmed that this proposal is not reciprocal, as they don't have any restriction on outgoing transfers in their transfer policy.
Say that ARIN said what? Come again, please.
ARIN said that this proposal is not reciprocal with them.
Okay.
They have confirmed. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any more comments? And that we have addressed the issues, or rather considered the issues in both the chat and the Q&A panel. We'll retreat. Darwin and I will retreat for a few minutes, and then we'll come back with a way forward, even as we look at moving to the next session, which is the open mic session. So for the open mic session, in the meantime, have your questions ready. We'll have a quick presentation by the co-chairs, and from there we'll open the mic and the queue for people to respond to those, to the presentation, as well as raise any other issues that you may have. So we'll be with you in a few minutes, possibly in the next 5 minutes. Thank you. Darwin, can you turn on your video, please? Darwin, can you hear me?
Clear.
Oh, you can hear me. You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, my co-chair and I have deliberated on the discussion on this policy proposal, and having considered the current version of the policy proposal, the deliberations during the current public policy meeting, and the editorial changes that the authors have committed to, we, the co-chairs, have determined that draft consensus has been reached. So the updated version of the policy proposal will therefore move to the last call, and the community can engage more on this during the last call period. Now, in the essence of time, I'd like us to move to the next session, which is the session on the open mic. And as I mentioned, we'll start with a presentation from us, the co-chairs, if the secretary can put that up. It seems Jody wants to say something. Jody?
Open mic already, right?
Yeah, but we start with a presentation. You'll get a chance.
Oh, okay. I understood open mic already.
Yeah, we already are open mic, but we want to make a presentation as co-chairs on our experiences. But these are just our views based on what we've been doing and what we've been seeing for the last couple of months. So if we could have the presentation, please. Presentation.
See the slides? Vincent?
Is it going?
I can't seem to see the slides.
Okay, if you have it on on your PDF, you can just do
All
it.
right.
And, yeah.
Okay, I'll just view it from my end. So.
Now?
Yes, we can see it. Just go ahead to the next slide, and Vincent has his own where he can look into it. So
with regards to the first slide, which is on policy proposals, are we there?
Yes, this is the one. Yes, we are there. Vincent, go ahead.
Excellent. So one of the experiences that we have faced as co-chairs is that, and these are some of the issues that keep recurring, is one is the need to have clarity of the problem statement, because if you don't get the problem statement right, then it means that whatever policy proposal you come up with is not aligned and does not specifically address a very clear and concise issue. Again, we also, and you've seen it, I think, in this PPM, we need to avoid as much as possible to have proposals that seek to address administrative functions. And you've seen it in I think, two proposals where we are looking for policy proposal interventions to deal with secretariat matters. I think that's something that the PDWG needs to think about. There's also something that we've seen, that we need to have our arguments based on facts and empirical data. So we need to avoid assumptions, because assumptions, don't mean much. So we need to try and find a way of making sure that any arguments that we have, if they're technical in nature, they're either based on facts, and if they're statistical in nature, then they're based on some level of empirical data. Next slide. Regarding the number of proposals under discussion, this actually impacts on both the work of the working group as well as the secretariat. And it also makes it very hard for participants to decide on which policies they want to contribute. Remember, the PDP is a bottom-up process. And again, it's also, other than, of course, interest, it's also based on volunteers. So if we have too many policy proposals, and especially if those policy proposals are conflicting, then it actually makes it very difficult to participate. Beyond participation, it also stretches the resources devoted to produce impact assessments. One of the proposals was proposing having an impact assessment 1 week to the public policy meeting. Remember, there is a lot of work that goes behind the scenes in preparation for public policy meetings. And when you have such policies that make such requests, then it becomes a bit of a stretch for the limited resources that are devoted to this work. Again, we see, and I think it happens everywhere, we usually see a dramatic increase in the postings in mailing lists just a few days or a day or two before, or even a few hours, by the way, before the date of a public policy meeting. I think this also impacts on the quality and consistency of the summaries that we make as co-chairs, because we use the summaries to help us gauge discussions and help us moderate the discussions in the PPM. And at times, inadvertently, we might also miss out some discussions because of that last minute rush. So we encourage to spend the time that we have allocated, which is a couple of months, to try and interrogate and discuss policy proposals as much as you can. Next slide. The code of conduct on the mailing list, I don't think we need to belabor on this. At times, we realize we have a very unfriendly environment, especially when people have varied opinions. This also disenfranchises the new entrants, because if people find it's a hostile environment, then they're bound to be cautious on whether they want to join a supposedly hostile community. And of course, that also makes some people shy away because they don't want to be faced with with a language that is not pleasing or is disenfranchising. Next slide. There's also the issue on participation in policy proposal discussions. There is limited community participation. I think, I don't know how many people are subscribed to the mailing list, but we can all attest to the fact that very few of us actually contribute to the discussions around policy proposals. We are also seeing an issue where, and this, I think, from the legal part of the impact assessment, we are seeing a lot of community inputs which do not consider the provisions of RSA, the bylaws, and the impact assessment, which is really the AFRINIC operating environment. So I think that even as we develop public policy proposals, we need to take into recognition all those instruments that are already in place, so that whatever we develop is in conformity with our operating environment. We need to do away with the notion that, because there's still a feeling that voting is equivalent to community participation. You've had comments that people say that, I don't support a policy proposal, then you leave it at that. This is not voting. The PDP and the decision-making process for AFRINIC is rough consensus, and it doesn't have any element at all to do with voting. Obviously, there are issues of anonymous contributions on the RPD mailing list, but as one speaker said today, I think this should not really bother us per se. We should be more concerned about the content, regardless of where it's coming from. If it's useful, I think as a community, take it up. If it's not useful, then we obviously discard it. Next slide. We discussed some of these issues in the last PPM and in the current, and even during the webinar that we had a couple of months ago, the issue of competing policies, the issue of authors not wanting to co-author on competing proposals, the need to brainstorm. I think during the webinar, this came out very, very clearly that we need to start changing our culture as a community so that we start collaborating more and trying to understand and refine and brainstorm on problem statements so that they not only develop into good policy interventions, but they also ensure that they serve the interests and the needs of the AFRINIC community. Lastly, we've had some challenges from some policy proposal authors A case in point was the policy proposal on the co-chair recall. It was submitted by the authors. They did not respond at all to discussions on the RPD mailing list. They have never presented at any PPM. And when we reached to them this time, as we were putting together the agenda for this PPM, they never wrote back to us. And that's one of the reasons we didn't have it in the agenda, because we have not got any response from the authors. I think once we decide to develop policy proposals, I think it's our responsibility. It's our responsibility to make sure that we create and allocate adequate time to address and respond and manage that policy proposal to its conclusion. I think those are just some of the things that we have seen in the last couple of months. We felt we need to share this with the community so that we can reflect on them, we can with them, and we can also see whether they can help us make our policy development process much better. I want to give this opportunity to Darwin. Darwin, perhaps you want to say something? Darwin?
Can you hear me, Vincent? Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, you can hear me. Okay, cool. I'm just getting the feedback now. No, I think you said it all, Vincent. Thanks for sharing this information with the community. I also, from my side, would like to thank everybody who took the time to be present and to engage, and also to the authors who took their time to present their policies today. With nothing else further to mention from my side, Vincent, I guess we can then open the microphone for the community.
Okay. We can open the mic. We'll have Jody first. We have Alain, and then we have Professor Nee.
Hello. First, I have two comments about your presentation right now. The first one is regarding the RSA and bylaws. I always read and consider the RSA and bylaws, but the problem is that if those are wrong, we as a community cannot amend them. We can just ask the membership to take care of that. And that cannot preclude the authors to write the proposals as they believe they are good for the community, because we need to understand once more that the community is on top of the bylaws and the AFRINIC constitution. Okay, so if the bylaws are broken, they must be sorted out, but the community cannot restrict their rights based on that. Now, regarding the problem statement, this is not the only thing that the PDP is based on, and you can see that happening also in other registries and also in ITF. So we call this opportunity for improvement. Sometimes there is not a big problem, or a problem that for you is small, for me is big, and for others is not existing, but the perception is that, for example, the text is not clear, or there are possible different interpretations of the CPM, and you should be able to address it. Otherwise, when there are minor problems that require a resolution, we cannot address it. So problem statement is not and cannot be mandatory. We should call it problem statement or opportunity for improvement. This is the way it has been defined in LACNIC, for example, very clearly, because this discussion happened several times. Now, I want to thank again the staff and the chairs for the good job done. Well, I think even if everything has improved compared to previous years, it will be good if we can get the impact analysis a lot of weeks before the meeting, because, and this is something that you mentioned, if we have the impact analysis very late, the authors have very short time to update it, and that it means that they have less time to update the impact analysis, and at the end it means we have a rush for discussions in the last minute in the mailing list. So everybody, including yourself, chairs, is getting impacted by that. Okay, and of course this is not good for the community. I have also a suggestion for the chairs. I mentioned it before, so I am not going to extend a lot on that. You should be able to take your time to take decisions. So don't adjourn the meeting. That's perfectly valid according to the bylaws. So no discussion on that. You just take your decisions whenever you can after the meeting. Nobody needs to wait or waste their time, and nobody needs to stress you more than you are stressed by the meetings itself. And now my last point is a question for the chairs. I have asked it already several times for that in the list and in private to the chairs, but unfortunately I never got an answer. And I don't think that's acceptable. What part of the PDP is telling the chairs that they can hold the last call because there is a pending appeal? I believe this is a clear illegal act against the PDP and consequently against the community, which is really, really terrible. And it only helps those objecting more and more opportunities to collapse the PDP. And in fact, it's clear in the PDP, and it has been the way we have done during many, many years, and the PDP has not changed since that the chairs and the appeal committee are different bodies, so they don't need to synchronize. The only provision that is acceptable and is like it's working already is the board not ratifying a policy proposal that reached consensus if there is a pending appeal. And this is the way done also in other registries. So I don't need really the answer now, but it will be good if you reply to my previous emails on this in the list, because I really don't think this is acceptable. And this only gives weapons to people that don't like your nomination to start a recall. I don't think that will be good. And that's the reason I am not going to do that, even if I believe it's not according to the PDP. Thank you. Don't take it personally. I am just trying to be very honest, okay?
Very much, Tony, Jody, for your honest opinion. Just a quick rejoinder. I think there are a few things that you've mentioned, and where Darwin and I are coming from is that we don't believe that policy proposals are the solution to every problem. So, for example, if you have an issue with the RSA, perhaps why not seek a way of reviewing or improving the RSA or the bylaws or whatever legal instrument is out there? That's what you're trying to say. And we're not saying to say that we will sieve what policy proposals come about, but we're just saying that so that we avoid a conflict between the policy proposals you want to propose to the community and the other legal instruments, including bylaws and RSA, and that's what some of the things like brainstorming can help. You know, if you brainstorm, you can actually synergize and benefit from the strengths of the different players in a brainstorming session. That's where we're coming from. Secondly, in terms of the appeals stalling, of course, when somebody goes to appeal, we sought the legal opinion, and we were told that something that is under appeal cannot be progressed, and I hope Eddie can address some of these issues. But you also have to look at it from the other aspect. Why not expedite, for example, other structures like the appeals committee, so that they help in progressing the project? The PDP is an ecosystem of many bodies and structures. There's the co-chairs, there's the appeals committee, there's the recall committee. So it's actually an ecosystem of organization structures that need to work in sync so that the whole process flows. So it's not a mistake of the co-chairs only. There are other players in the ecosystem that also have their own responsibility and which can make the whole system work much better. I don't know whether Darwin, you have any comments on that.
And I see Eddie is on the mic queue, and I think he might also be able to address one of these points. But you said it all, so no comments from my side. Vincent?
Yeah, we'll have Alain.
Yes, Alain.
Alain, please.
But the way we do things is that normally anytime we see CEO in the queue, we allow CEO to speak. But I don't know, because maybe CEO may, I don't know if you want to let the CEO come before I speak, or shall I continue?
We can, okay, I stand guide. I think it's a good idea. Maybe Eddie, you can speak. Then we'll go back to Alain. Eddie? Eddie, are you there? I think we have lost Eddie.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Okay, he's back. He's back. Eddie?
Yes. Can you please repeat the question? I know you asked me to respond to one question, but I was coming for another question.
No, it's a general statement. I was talking about the issues of course, there are many issues that have been raised, the issues of the police proposal on the RSA, the issue of the appeals committee, among other ways, including the how to progress if once a police proposal has gotten consensus, how do you progress if there's an appeal, for example?
Okay.
And you were saying that we saw the legal opinion and you can actually clarify.
Okay, so basically I had my hand raised mainly to do with the staff assessment and managing expectation on the staff assessment. But let me address first those questions. So in terms of appeal, my understanding is that when there's a policy that is in appeal, we cannot, the board cannot ratify it, and this is what was happening. But I think what Jody was it was about. Now, I think what Jody was asking was stopping the process, as in if one other policy is in how can I say it? If one other policy is in appeal and another one reach consensus, I think I would not want to go far in that. I would rather leave it to the legal team. My main intervention here was to deal with the staff assessment. For the staff assessment, I saw what happened, and to do this staff assessment also last minute, you say it's cumbersome for you, it's cumbersome for the authors, cumbersome for the co-chairs, but it's also cumbersome for the staff. So what I want to see is something that is acceptable to all of us, a certain service level agreement. We can have a discussion and agree on what is happening, and then come with a clear definition of what we will be committing and when we can avail the staff assessment without having to do it in a rush. Most of the ladies and gentlemen working with the policy services, it is not a work that is there all the time. So we also give them other tasks where they also need to do other things, but we also give priority to the policy, but provided for us to understand a clear SLA, and we'll make sure that's a reasonable one, that we comply to that. So for the other question, I would prefer to leave it for legal comments by the legal specialists that are on the call, without me taking it in a direction that is not the right one. Thank you.
Okay, so Vincent, can I have my time now?
Alain, if you're okay, can we allow the legal person to respond to that? Then now you can, so that we just close that matter. Anybody from legal, from the secretariat? Ashok?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope you hear me well.
Yes, loud and clear.
Now, to respond to this question about a policy which is lying on appeal, and then you have another policy which comes in and finds its way to consensus. There is one legal principle which is called conflicting judgment. In French, we call it contrariété de jugement. If you have one forums about a particular legal situation says yes, and on the same situation another forum says no, then we have a conflict in terms of the result which has been obtained, and which would be a result on which you cannot proceed. This is why when there is an appeal on a particular legal issue, we await the final disposal of this appeal before we proceed. This is a legal principle which we at the legal team we have brought in because it is used everywhere. Some people might believe otherwise, but we are in the field of law, warrants that we need to be clear. We need to have a real disposal of an issue so that people are not confused. So if there is something lying in appeal, the best legal judicial course is to await the finalization of the appeal and then to proceed with the same subject matter in another forum. For example, as the CEO said earlier, if you have something like an appeal and we go and the board ratifies, then tomorrow there might be something conflicting happening. This is why we await the finalization of the appeal first, and then we proceed. Some quarters may not like the answer that I am giving, but this is the best I can do in terms of legal principle. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ashok, for that clarification. We'll now have Alain.
Yes, I think we don't have much time, but I have to go and say a few things because, I also like to commend the co-chairs for the work you've been doing. We really appreciate, and we think we will together we will make changes. So my first comment is going to be about this RSA and bylaw, and we constantly fighting and say bylaw is wrong, etc. ICP2, bylaws, RSA, are the foundation on which we are. So we may need some time to time to change them. It has happened. If you remember, when we adopted the intra-area transfer policy, there was a need to make some changes to bylaws. It has happened. So it's possible, but we should stay in the remit of what is doable, what is not doable. If we're trying to rewrite the things, no. But I just want to give that example. On the competing policy proposal, we also make we also get confused quickly. It's not because two policies have the same name or have some common wording like transfer or abuse that they are necessary competing policy. When we will get to the point where we start accepting proposal based on the merit of the problem statement, this thing will also go away. Because if I'm doing a transfer policy, say, for example, I'm not giving the number out, and you are doing the policy, say you want to take the numbers out, I don't think we are solving the same problem. We are solving the same problem. And my last thing I will say, because we don't have time here, I want to also call CEO. I want to beg CEO on something. Please help us here. As this PDP or this working group at some point, led by staff, decided to go to a CPM, the policy manual way, like ARIN. But this apparently looked like we did not complete this very well. And sometimes you hear staff comment yesterday on implementations saying that the CPM is not in compliance with the policy itself. So we need to revise this CPM. We have not really complete the move from the old system where we have individual policy tests to the CPM. We need to address this, and I'm calling the CEO to really help us on this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alain. We'll now have Professor Nee, and then we'll have Noah.
Thank you very much. It's refreshing to see, and I like to also join in the chorus of thanking the co-chairs, and because you seem to be following some clear process. I may not like parts of it, but clear process. And I thank the community also for obliging and following. Now, let me make some suggestions to the working group. Me thinks that proposals with single author perhaps should be reduced. Okay. I also think that number of proposals per with the same author at a session should be reduced. Because when I hear more than 3 presentations from the same person, I begin to close up, and I don't think it's in the best of taste. I also like to suggest that we reduce pressure on PDP so that we move more towards a more thoughtful, thinking about our problems and trying to solve them. Now, to Jordi in particular, there's a culture in every region. And maybe you have not been hearing us or not listening to us, okay? We are telling you, please leave the company alone, okay? Leave the company alone. The way I heard you talk about certain words, others will use as weapon, trying to collapse. I am suggesting to you that you may be the one agitating to collapse, or you are becoming weaponized if you do not quite understand. In our culture, when you come, we accept that community is not on top of anything. Community is not on top of the organization. Community has been defined, okay, defined by the bylaws of the organization. So get it clear. I don't know where this idea coming, people on top, and and please don't tell co-chairs what to do. You may have the best idea, but in this environment, just don't do that, so that we can stop the pressure on the PDP and we become all cooperative, relaxed, and so on, okay? Now, if you believe that problem statement is not important, we are telling you in our culture that problem statement is important, okay? And I'd like you to just, understand that and give us a chance so that we can also grow our internet the way we want, not the way that you think we should build it. We thank you very much for coming to help us, but please give us also a chance so that we can do it in a more communal way that we are familiar with in our culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Ni. We'll for those comments. We'll now allow Noah.
Vincent, before we allow Noah, I think Madhvi wanted to say something about the CPM. Can we have Madhvi after Noah, maybe?
No, yeah, it's okay. After Noah, then Noah, go ahead, and then we can have Madhvi before we go to Sylvain.
Yeah, thank you so much, co-chairs, and I would like to also extend my gratitude to the co-chairs, and most importantly, the working group. I guess this has been an interesting public policy meeting. So I guess we are on the right trajectory. But I wanted to just quickly touch on three things. Firstly, follow up on the CEO on the issue of impact assessment, because we faced the same pressure just recently. And since the CEO has promised to us in a discussion on how we can better improve this, my suggestion was that we perhaps even have these impact assessments and the discussion between staff and the working group co-chairs and perhaps the authors 1 month before the PPM. That's my thinking. But similarly, I want to follow up on what Professor Ni has pointed out, especially on the issue of a number of proposals that are bombarded to the working group. And I need to put forward suggestions to Jordi. And my suggestion is that I'm of the view that we need to reach a point whereby perhaps as an author you have an idea, because I know some of the proposals have other co-authors, maybe to also have those other co-authors also perhaps present during the PPM to remove the monotony of the same person talking all the time. But similarly, if you have an idea and you want to engage this working group and the community, it would be good perhaps if you share that idea with the working group so that we can perhaps define the problem statement and see if it does make sense before we move it to actually a real proposal, in the interest of saving time, in the interest of getting more engagement, and in the interest of actually ensuring that we have a much more mature working group, which is actually solving problems like Professor Ni has pointed to, but also allowing us to engage and also to participate without rushing. Lastly, I guess we're on the right trajectory, like I said earlier on, and as we forge ahead, I would like to basically point out that, of course, if there are people who are open to discussing with others who maybe, at some point in our community, we were not talking to certain people don't talk to others and things like this. But we need to reach a point in our community whereby we talk to each other, and I'm opening the door for anyone who perhaps disagrees with me to actually come out and reach out. So those are my comments. But in any case, I want to thank everyone for enabling us to have a good PPM.
Thank you, and this is how. Thank you, Noah, for those comments. And this is how we'll go about it. Anthony will be the last speaker today. So we'll have Madhvi, then we'll have Sylvain, Jody, Elaine, and Anthony, and we give 1 minute each. 1 minute, please. Madhvi.
Yes, on the subject of the consolidated policy manual, the review of the consolidated policy manual is happening at the moment. Once we have concluded it or significantly progressed with it, we will provide feedback to the community, because the one thing I can say is that based on some of the observations that we have, the CPM will definitely have to be updated to reflect the text in the policies that reached consensus.
Thank you. Thank you, Madhvi. Sylvain, 1 minute, please. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Any draft policy proposal should always focus on one identified and clearly defined problem. We have to take it as a good practice, because when a problem statement is well defined, it may be more easier to reach to to define the solution and to reach to a good policy and agreement of all the most part of the community. Also, I think anonymity is perfect, and it is also perfect to address the concern it raised, so that we have to understand that if it's a right, if there is a right, there is also responsibilities. Thank you to the chair for the work done, and the policy the policy team. Thank you also to the participant.
Thank you, Sylvain. Thank you. Jody.
Just a small clarification. I responded already to some of the comments that were pointing to me in the chat to save time, but I want to clarify that I don't think I was understood when I was making the question to the chairs. I am talking not about proposals that are holding for ratification. I am fine with that. What I am talking is the abuse contact policy update. This policy reached consensus. You brought it to the last call, and then because there was an appeal, you hold it. And in the website, it says hold by, let me check, by co-chair's decision or something like that, I believe. The point is that this is against the PDP, and there is nothing in the bylaws that say that you can hold forever in the last call. And when I say forever, it means also for a few weeks or months, never mind. There is no way you can hold a policy because there is an appeal. That's a problem of the board if they cannot ratify it because the appeal is pending. But you should move on with the process, because that's what the PDP say. So please, again, when you have your time in the next few days, respond to my email on this on the list. No need for a response now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Thank you for that. Elaine?
I just want to add a few more things quickly. The first thing I want to add is that on how we approach the consensus approach, we all trying to refer to IETF and to RFC 7282, but I think we need to do more analysis behind this, because as Professor Ney said this morning, IETF does have consensus and running code. And if you read the document, you read the RFC, it clearly explains what the objection, how the objection should be managed. Now, if we come to our context of the regional internet registry, I want to remind people that, okay, these regions, we have some commitment to the global community in terms of ICP2, but also to the technical community. So first thing we do is we check if policy proposal are technical sound. Are we in compliance with ITF standard, the best practice? We know this. Then after this, we move on and see that if the objection, for example, have impact, and what impact it will have on the members, on the network. Because sometimes everybody come and think he has objection and his objection must be valid. But this is the way we should be looking at the objections. If the objection has is addressing a technical problem, we have to look at it. Or then if it is now sent, we should evaluate the impact. But the impact is on the network, impact on the membership, not impact of the individual, because the individual, they are not running network. But the IP management impact network and impact the members. This is what I wanted to add. Then I conclude also saying that we have a working group. This PDP is backed by the working group. So if you have a working group, it gives you rooms to do some discussions, to do some design team, to do some interim meeting, because we call it a working group. So let's make use of working group as much as possible. We have discussion, we have a meeting, team, design team, engineering team, whatever it is to really look at this before we try to go policy way. Thank you.
Thank you, Alain. Anthony? Anthony? Go ahead.
Serial authoring, like the prof said, where one individual or groups of individuals consistently publish policy proposals. And also, I think when similar policies are put out there, the working group should encourage, or rather must encourage authors to sit together, because the idea is to get a policy that moves the general body forward together. So the authors who have ideas of policies should also be willing to sit together to make policy come out to be something valuable. So instead of throwing out multiple versions of multiple policies and have the community in disarray trying to choose which works and which doesn't work, we can have situations where the authors are putting together on multiple sessions to come to an agreement to one or two policies that the community can spend time discussing. And then finally, during public meetings like this, we should also narrow down the number of proposals which are put forward for discussion, because I think the idea of proposal shouldn't be what we discuss most in the meetings, but ways forward for AFRINIC and the region. But I think a lot of time is given on debating on policies, and sometimes we don't need these policies. We need to discuss roadmaps for AFRINIC. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor Ni, out of the respect we have for you as a community, I cannot deny you a minute to respond, but Noah, I'm sorry, you have to put your comment on the Q&A.
Oh, I want Noah to go then. I beg. And the young boys should talk.
Okay, you'll both.
It's okay.
No, you'll both. It's okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just very quick.
Yes.
Direct some of your attention now into similar to what Alain pointed, into building a community and getting the groups to be doing some work, because you really have to cultivate the culture of consensus, I guess is what because there are some people may be new, they may not be familiar. So you need to, work with the group to be developing. The last one is, please, let's move away from potential use of RPD for any elections. I know COVID put some pressure and may have been attempted, but it's something that is bad. It's, the RPD list should only be used for consensus, never ever for elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Noah, you can give your closing to the last speaker.
Thank you, Professor Ni. Just to quickly add to what Anthony was saying, actually, I wanted to quickly just basically add that instead of actually focusing so much on us authors or whoever wants to be an author to talk about an author, how about we reach a point, a working group whereby we actually channel this to the working group itself rather than the authors, right? And then ensure that it's the working group that then guides the authors around the ideas the authors have, because I guess that will make things even much more inclusive. So that's all I wanted to tell Anthony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Noah. And I want to take this chance to allow my co-chair, Darwin, to say a few words before we close the session.
Yes, Vincent. I guess we now have at least a minute to thank everybody. So feel free to turn your camera on, and at least we will do that virtually, where everybody can see us. But yeah, just by saying that, I once again want to thank everybody, the organization, all the participants, the entire community, to be with us, to engage with us. And I guess we are in a process of learning from each other, right? That's why we have the community. That's why we have the list, where we always can not only guide each other, but also support each other. This is the way we are looking into get to, right? We are not there yet. It's part of the process. It's part of our plan. We are working as hard as we can. As you guys know, we also on a voluntary basis, but at least the commitment from our side is there. And we take all the points, all the feedback that we receive on those 2 days. We take all of them into consideration, and we always try to make things better. Obviously, it won't happen from day to night, but we will make sure to improve as much as we can. And with that, I would like to say obrigado to everybody, and I pass the word to Vincent. Thank you.
Thank you, Darwin, for that. Thank you for those words. I think what you're taking home that is key for me are 2 things. One, there's collaboration, and really that's an essence of our community. We call ourselves an AFRINIC community. The word community must mean something. And so, as very many speakers have said, let's start having that culture of working together because we have a common purpose, which is to make AFRINIC and the AFRINIC Internet community and the Africa Internet community better. Secondly, I think is clarity of purpose, and that brings us to the problem statement. We need to understand what the problem we're trying to solve. If you can't understand it, if you can't express it, if you can't analyze it, then it will be very difficult to solve it. And that's why I think it's Professor Neil said, you must bring out what the problem you're trying to address is. It is the only way you can come up with appropriate interventions. So I think collaboration is key. That's a sense of community. And secondly is clarity of purpose, problem statement, and understanding and the operating environment of the organization, so that you don't have instruments that guide us that are also in conflict. And with that, I want to just sincerely thank everybody, the sponsors for this meeting, the working group. I think we have had a very good meeting, very engaging, very informative. Obviously, the AFRINIC board, we've been in constant communication with the board and the secretariat for facilitating this meeting. The policy liaison team, Madhvi and Bryce, very, very good resources, very good people. We've been having very late nights in the last couple of weeks, just preparing for this meeting. I want to thank them most sincerely on behalf of myself and Darwin. Of course, I want to thank Darwin, my co-chair, most sincerely. You're a very great co-chair, and we've worked very well so far, and I look forward to working with you more. And obviously to all the participants, we thank you and give you our best wishes as I now hand over to the moderator to take us to the next level. And really this now brings us to the close of the 34th AFRINIC Public Policy Meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. Thank you, Darwin. Thank you, everyone, for joining us in this fruitful week. And we hope the session has been enriching for you. So, of course, as usual, the session is recorded and shared live on our YouTube platform and will be available for your future reference. We have come to the end of AFRINIC-34 online. As I usually say, all the good things always come to an end. We'll now change the platform to special chat for the closing cocktail. Like I mentioned earlier on, you need to bring your drink. If you don't have a drink, don't worry. You can still join and at least interact with the other delegates. So the link to the platform is in the chat section. And at your own convenience, feel free to leave the room. Thank you and see you next time.